Peace, 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 and paradise to all American Aborigines, aka the first Americans. Chief Holidays in the building. The truth is here. Hey, we got Todd Nate around here somewhere, man. We're gonna have a special guest tonight, a Tonsinist one. We'll be sliding through, man. We're gonna be breaking down this Michael Cremo. Shout out to Michael Cremo for being archaeology, and he got a new book too. We're gonna get into that tonight too. It's Vedic um, perspective basically on evolution, you know what I'm saying? So, or on the origin of man, you know what I'm saying? He comes from an Indian perspective. So that's what the Vedic stuff comes from. So shout out to Michael Cremo. Um Shout out to the tribe, man. If y'all called the other one, man, it was a good build, man. I don't think I've seen these videos that Ty got today. So we're gonna check these out, man. We're gonna get into them. Um we're gonna get into get into a lot of things, man. Before we get through, right, everyone get here, right? Kind of the work, a lot of the things that I was doing or whatever. I, because of the research things A1 had did and was sharing with me, we going back and forth or whatever. It helped me to move further in my I don't understand it the community. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and I think so. We got I just wanted to kind of give him his honors on that, man. Let him know that we definitely appreciate him, man. So yeah, definitely need to come through tonight, man, and break that down, man. This Michael Cremo stuff, man. That's where I first heard about Michael Cremo. Again, because I read the book, y'all, in 2003, 2004. But just like anything else, you forget shit. You know what I'm saying? And I was so immersed into the African thing, right? So as you imagine, you can forget authors' names of books and things of that nature, whatever. Just forget about stuff like that. So by this research and stuff that brother is bringing back up, he had brought up Michael Cremo, to me, whatever. So like I said, I got to accredit him for Michael Cremo. Shout out to Dr. Alim Beth. All the brothers that's been putting in this work, bro. So shout out to everybody, man. It takes a village, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take a lot of us to look at everything. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a look at it. You know what I'm saying? And give our perspective on Michael Cremo's work. But I think now it's time to get to the next level of this conversation. Yep. You know what I'm saying? The reason why some of us are at where we at in our conclusions is because of some of the work of Michael Cremo and some other people, but he didn't actually go do the digs. He just investigated the digs, right? So we gotta think about this, right? Now, a lot of times the people that are trying to discredit him, aren't even archaeologists. His brother is an archaeologist. He's in certain things where he's been putting his work in a long time. Check. So we got to talk about that. This book came out in '93, and yeah, there's a lot of works that came up after that or whatever. Like I said, we got to get into it. Like I said, when A1 come through, man, he got some stuff he wants to present, some things that like I said, we're gonna talk about it, man. We're gonna get into this. Hey, you got any questions from last time, Ty?
Oh nope. I'm ready to get it in. I want to give a shout out to let me see who was that. First in the building, Mark Strozer. Use the first in the building. I don't know where our moderator's at, so that automatically make you a moderator. And so being a moderator is much respect. And you got first in the building. Yeah, I don't know how you beat our moderators, man. I don't know what happened, but he beat our moderators, and Honey Queen had beat our moderators, but she was second in the building. But I want to give a shout out to them.
that I can lean on that can decipher this thing even better. Yeah. So how about that?
Shout out to
Sheesh.
shout out to Blackline Media and D-Red Crew called a Scholar. We got Jaguar in the building. What up? Hey, Balance 440. If you out there, man, hit me up. Yeah, so Michael Cremo, he get to talk for himself. Nobody can really talk for him and what he find. But like I say, man, a lot of he was one of those perverts who went over there to India and got mesmerized by the Indian culture, and then he just kind of took that route. And so he has a little irritation with the restaurant and the way the restaurants run their world and the way the restaurants walk around all arrogant and shit. It's a little irritating. And so I can tell that when you're talking to them, because he did one of the shows, he did one of them at Google. You know what I'm saying? He did one of them at Google, and then one of the shows he went to a bunch of different reporters and shit. And he probably got irritated, and he's starting to see. That's just my conclusion. So that doesn't mean it's true. That's just my conclusion. That's what I got from him so far. But hey, if we dig deep enough, maybe this dude's a satanic worship. He's Judge Bush cousin or some shit. We don't know what's that deal. But still, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's above critique. So if Chief ready, man, we go ahead and get into some of that. Uh, we got some drinks and some beverages. We're gonna have some when we get our own channel, man, we'll be able to serve shit and do little shit, man. We'll be having little games in the chat room, man. Our shit's gonna be so dope when we get it on Universal Network. Our shit's gonna be so dope. Secret of Truth in the building. What up?
Yeah, we're gonna be launching Tribe Up dot apps. We're gonna be going live. So wherever we live on YouTube, we're gonna be going live on Tribe Up also. So we're gonna be launching that on New Year's, man. Shout out to Giovanni. We're gonna be doing that New Year's. There you New Year's. Y'all know what I'm talking about. December 31st, going to the New Year. So yeah, we're gonna be just made that announcement, y'all. So that's coming. So we dropping that, man. And so you know how we always in the back chats and stuff like that, leisure hangouts. We're trying to move away from hangouts, man. You could use Tribe Up. You know what I'm saying? So holla at your people, man. We'll go to the tribe.
All right, so we finna go into this Michael Cremo. Check him out.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Call it Paleolithic.
Thanks to all of you for coming to this talk by Michael Cremo on forbidden archaeology here at Google. So, when was the last time somebody questioned evolution? Do you know? Like, in your experience, any numbers? Like, I'm just trying to say how often it happens, somebody questioning such a major theory as evolution. Any guess? I mean, before the talk. Sorry? Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good that people are aware of that debate. Some people don't even know that it's a theory and it's being debated, and they just take it for a fact as much as gravity. That's good to know that we are aware of that. And so we have Michael Cremo here. So he has a lot of extensive introduction about how we got into this topic. So I don't want to steal that as part of my introduction. And so I'll just go over the introduction of him as a person. I've known him for like more than 10, 15 years, and he's a very thoughtful, methodical person with extreme intellectual honesty, and he expects that of others. So that's where his research was born into the book. So the scope of this talk is just questioning the current theory and based on the evidences available, but he's not going to present an alternate theory in this talk. You have to wait for a year for that to happen if I have my job until then. So now the scope of this talk is questioning the current theory based on the available evidences from researched literature. And the next topic he usually presents is called human devolution, presenting an alternate theory. So there are books for that outside. So that's your only resource right now. So with that, let's welcome Michael Cremo to Google with a big hand.
Thank you for the nice introduction. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to hear a little something about the topic forbidden archaeology, evidence for extreme human antiquity. About the topic forbidden archaeology, evidence for extreme human antiquity. So just To keep things honest, I'm a researcher in human origins for the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, and my research is inspired by my studies in the ancient Sanskrit writings in India, especially the Puranas, the historical writings. Now, for many today, those two things would be complete disqualifications for me to say anything about a scientific topic in scientific circles. However, quite surprisingly to me even, there are people within the scientific world who are interested in hearing what I have to say. And I've been invited to present my ideas at some of the leading scientific institutions in the world, such as the Royal Institution in London, the Russian Academy of Science in Moscow, Department of Anthropology, the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, and many others around the world. So the question I'm dealing with is, how old is the human species? Today, the most common answer to that question comes from the modern followers of Charles Darwin, who proposed that the first humans like us came into existence less than 200,000 years ago. Before that, they would say there were no humans like us present on this planet, simply more primitive ape-like human ancestors. However, the Puranas, the historical writings of ancient India, give a different idea, namely that humans have been present for vast periods of time on this planet, going back many millions of years. Now, of course, in scientific circle, I wouldn't expect anyone to take a statement from some ancient writings as evidence. So in the scientific circles where I'm invited to speak, I do something else. I make a prediction, namely, if what the Puranas say about human antiquity is true, there should be reports of archaeological evidence for humans existing much further back in time than 200,000 years ago, perhaps going back many millions of years. So my method for testing that prediction is to examine all archaeological reports from the time of Darwin to the present. And not just in English, I have a reading knowledge of most of the major European languages. So when I speak about examining reports from the scientific literature, I mean two kinds of scientific literature, the primary and the secondary scientific literature. By primary scientific literature, I mean original reports by archaeologists, geologists, paleontologists, and other earth scientists in the professional scientific literature. Secondary literature, I mean things that are based on the primary literature, such as textbooks, for example. So I had two principal findings. The first finding is not so surprising. There are no reports of evidence for extreme human antiquity. Second finding was a little more interesting. There are many reports of evidence for extreme human antiquity in the primary scientific literature past. So I collected those reports in this book, Forbidden Archaeology, was reviewed academic and scientific with the question of human origin. So the concept expect. Many of those reviews were negative, some extremely so. However, to me, even able to point out positive aspects of, for example, science in a 28-page review article about the book. The question has for two reasons. Much material has not been scrutinized in such detail before. In other words, as professional historians dealing with these particular questions, he had not encountered any work which had gone into history in such depth before. And second, the book raised, quote, a settlement lack of certainty in scientific truth claims. Now, after the book was published and I began speaking about the topic of the first time I did or at a meeting of the Archaeological Record. And that paper was selected for publication in a peer-reviewed conference proceedings volume called Each Account from Routledge, a major scientific publisher. Subsequently, I presented papers on my work at many other meetings of the World Archaeological and disciplines that are related to human origins. Now, admittedly, is a minority voice is why is it missing from the current secondary literature if it's there in the primary literature. And I'm proposing as an filtration that operates in the world of science. And here I'm not talking about a satanic conspiracy to suppress truth. I'm talking about something that philosophers of science and historians of science have understood for a long time. Evidence can influence how science may react to different categories of evidence that come to their attention. We can call the blue box the knowledge filter. What it represents is the dominant consensus in a scientific discipline at a particular point in time. And reports of evidence that conform to the dominant sense will pass through the knowledge filter fairly easily, whereas reports of evidence that radically contradict a dominant consensus tend to be filtered out, ignored, forgotten, set aside, dismissed. And this was something one of the reviewers of Forbidden Archaeology noted, the French archaeologist Marilyn Patou-Mati, dismissed. And this was something that one of the reviewers of Forbidden Archaeology noted, the French archaeologist Marilyn Patou-Mati, noted in her review of Forbidden Archaeology and Anthropology. Cremo and Thompson have more problem done at ideas of a time on scientific research. These ideas can compel the researchers to orient their analyses to conceptions that are permitted by the scientific community. So it was interesting that an article correctly, the point we were trying to make in the book, and wasn't just dismissing it as, oh, these are conspiracy theorists. I'm going to go over some of the kinds of reports that I'm talking about. This is Virginia Steen McIntyre, an American geologist. She was involved in dating an archaeological site at Huayatlaco in Mexico. Their archaeologists had discovered projectile points and other stone tools and weapons, and they were interested in how old these things were. This is the excavation at Huayatlaco, and the artifacts were photographed intact in the layers of rock in which they were found. Virginia Steen McIntyre and her colleagues used 4 different methods to date the site. Animal bones with butchering marks were found in the same layers with the stone tools. The geologists used the uranium series method to date those bones. They got an age of 245,000 years. Above the layer with the stone tools was a layer of volcanic ash. The geologists used the zircon fission at the layer at an age of 270,000 years. Using all 4 methods that they employed, the geologists concluded the site must be at least 250,000 years old. However, the archaeologists refused to accept it. They said people making those artifacts didn't exist anywhere in the world 250,000 years ago. They hadn't evolved, what to speak of being present in North America. They considered the organisms in North America 80,000 years. They were the age for the site given by their own hand-picked team of geologists. So Virginia Steen McIntyre and her colleagues were a little surprised by that, so they decided to independently publish the age for the site in a journal called Quaternary Research. But when they did that, they experienced an extreme negative backlash from their colleagues in the scientific world because they had dared to publish something like this. McIntyre, to one of the editors of the journal, not being an anthropologist, I didn't realize how deeply woven into our thought the current evolution has become. A lot expected by most that contradicts that theory, period. So some of the cases are going to be closer to what the mainstream concepts allow, and some are going to be further and further distant from what current ideas would consider possible. This is one of the founders of modern archaeology, Jacques Boucher de Perret. In one of his excavations, he found an anatomically modern human jawbone. He found it in the bottom layers of his excavation with stone tools and weapons. According to modern geologists, that layer at Abbeville is about 430,000 years old. It was a controversial discovery, even in the 19th century. Many scientists could not accept that humans existed at that distant time. So some of them proposed, well, Boucher de Perret must have been the victim of a hoax. Somehow or other, someone must have gone to some Roman cemetery, gotten a bone 2,000 or 3,000 years old, and buried it in the excavation for him to find. And that's actually the explanation that we see in today's textbooks. However, what we do not see in today's textbooks is that after these hoax accusations came out, Boucher de Perret made additional excavations at Moulin-Quignon. And in these additional excavations in the same location, he found over 100 additional anatomically modern human bones and teeth in the same formation, which to me indicates a human presence going back over 400,000 years in I reported on this case in this paper, which was later published in a peer-reviewed conference proceedings volume. Recently, just last year, archaeologists reported the discovery of footprints at a place called Happisburgh in the United Kingdom. They're found in a formation that it is at least 780,000 years old and is perhaps up to 1 million years old. The archaeologists who studied the footprints published results suggesting they are consistent with anatomically modern human footprints. For example, they studied the foot index, which is the width divided by the length times 100. The average for all of the Happisburgh footprints was 39. The average for living Native American Indians is again 39. The average for living Eskimos today, their foot index is 38.26. And other features of the footprints were consistent with those of modern human beings. Now, of course, they did not believe that humans like us existed at that time. They don't think Homo sapiens existed over 780,000 years ago. So they attributed the footprints to a species called Homo antecessor, an ape man that they believe inhabited Europe at that time. But from the evidence itself, they could just as well have been made by humans like us. And there is evidence that anatomically modern humans existed at that time. This is the Buenos Aires skull, which was discovered early in the 20th century in Argentina. Researchers were conducting digging, and they had gone down about 45 feet, and they encountered a solid layer of limestone rock, locally known as Tosca. And after they broke through that layer, they found a human skull cap of an anatomically modern human type in the Pre-Ensenadan formation, which geologists consider to be 1.5 million years old. This discovery was reported to the scientific world in the primary scientific literature by the South American scientist Florentino Ameghino. I reported on this case and some others in this paper presented at a meeting of the World Archaeological Congress in Cape Town, South Africa. Many people have heard of Olduvai Gorge. Many important discoveries have been made there. Most people are not aware of the first discovery that was made at Olduvai Gorge by the German scientist Hans Reck, who reported on it in 1913. He found a fairly complete anatomically modern human skeleton, that's the skull cap of it, buried in upper bed 2 of Olduvai Gorge, by the German scientist Hans Reck, who reported on it in 1913. He found a fairly complete anatomically modern human skeleton, that's the skull cap of it, buried in upper bed 2 of Olduvai Gorge. Upper bed 2 of between 1 point did a radiocarbon However, I question the reliability of that, given that Rainer Proch was removed from his position at Frankfurt University after an academic committee there found him guilty of having forged dozens of radiocarbon dates during his long career there. Another report from the earlier history of archaeology, the jaw, fossil human jaw, reported by Dr. Robert Collier. This anatomically modern human jaw was found 16 feet deep in the Red Crag Formation in England at a place called Foxhall. The Red Crag Formation, according to modern geological studies, is between 2 and 3 million years old. In 1979, Mary Leakey announced the discovery of footprints at a place called Laetoli in the country of Tanzania in East Africa. According to her report, the footprints were indistinguishable from modern human footprints. Other scientists also agreed. Paleontologist Tim White wrote, "Make no mistake about it, they are like modern human footprints." Now, neither Mary Leakey nor Tim White believed those footprints were made by humans like us. They proposed they were made by some type of ape man who lived at that time, who just happened to have feet exactly like those of modern human beings. Actually, we have the skeletons of the ape men that existed at that time in Eastern Africa. They're called Australopithecus. And foot bones of Australopithecus have been discovered, and their foot is not exactly like that of a modern human being. They have very long toes, sort of like short human fingers. In other words, their feet were somewhat ape-like. Actually, the only creature known to science today from skeletal evidence that has a foot exactly like that of a modern human being is, in fact, modern human being ourselves. So what did Mary Leakey find? I think we have to remain open to the possibility. She found evidence that humans like us were present almost 4 million years ago. The footprints were found in layers of solidified volcanic ash that were dated using the potassium argon method as being 3,700,000 years old. I presented evidence on this case at a meeting of the European Association of Archaeologists that was held in England. Now, some people might say, okay, footprints are perhaps a little bit ambiguous. It would be better if there were human skeletal evidence, almost 4 million years old. Such things have been reported in the primary scientific literature. For example, the Italian geologist Ragazzoni reported finding human skeletal remains at a place called Castanello in northern Italy. They were found in layers of rock that modern geologists consider to be about 4 million years old. I went to the village of Castanello. I met this gentleman there, and he gave me a copy of a very rare geological report dealing with this discovery. And from the information in the report, we were able to locate the place where the discoveries were made. Now, the current explanation of these discoveries is, well, it's not really possible that you could have anatomically modern human skeletons in layers of rock 4 million years old. So the proposal is that maybe about 4,000 years ago, somebody died on the surface. His friends dug a grave and put the skeleton down in that ancient layer of rock, and that's why you think you have a human skeleton 4 million years old. Things like this can happen. Technically, it's called intrusive burial. However, if you look at Ragazzoni's original reports in the Italian language, which I did, he says, because even at the time, he was a professional geologist, he was aware of the possibility of intrusive burial. He said if it had been an intrusive burial, the layers of rock above the skeleton would have been undisturbed. However, he found that the layers of rock above the skeleton were all intact and undisturbed. Actually said each layer had its own microstratigraphy that was undisturbed. So I take this as evidence for a human presence going over 4 million years. This is Carlos Ribeiro, who was the chief government geologist of Portugal. He found hundreds of human artifacts in his country of Portugal. He found them in layers of rock that date back to the early Miocene period, which means they would be about 20 million years old, according to today's understanding. He, as a professional geologist, he said they cannot have come into those layers from any higher level through any fissure or crack or all the usual kinds of counter explanations. He displayed the artifacts in the Museum of Geology in Lisbon. But if you go there today, you won't see them on display anymore. They're kept in the cabinets behind me. But I was able to get permission from the directors of the museum to study and photograph some of these human artifacts from the early Miocene period. I also carefully studied Ribeiro's original maps and field notes and correspondence in the museum archives. And then I went into the countryside of Portugal and I relocated some of the sites where he made his discoveries. This is the quarry at Morganheira, and he found human artifacts there and lower Miocene formations. This is one of them. It's a flint artifact. It's interesting what happened. When Ribeiro was alive, the artifacts were displayed in the museum with labels showing a lower Miocene age for them, about 20 million years. After he died, his colleagues in the museum did something interesting. They left the artifacts on display, but they wrote new labels for all of them. This is the new label they wrote for the artifact I just showed you. Second line gives the age, Paleolitico Superior, upper Paleolithic period. According to geologists today, that period in Europe goes back about 20,000 years. So it's interesting. Ribeiro's colleagues thought 20 million years, that's clearly impossible. 20,000 years, that sounds about right for discoveries like this. So they just wrote new labels for all of the artifacts. Now, the next generation of officials in the museum just put the entire collection away, and I'm the first researcher to see these things in over 50 years. I presented a paper on this case at a meeting of the European Association of Archaeologists that was held in Lisbon, Portugal in the year 2000. That paper was later published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal from Europe, the Journal of Iberian Archaeology. A case that's always fascinated me has been the California gold mine discoveries. Gold was discovered in California, and miners went to places like Table Mountain in Tuolumne County, near Sonora, actually not too far from here. And deep inside the tunnels, the miners found human bones and human artifacts. For example, they found many of these stone mortars and pestles. What makes them so interesting to me is they were found in layers of solid rock that date to the early part of the geological period called the Eocene, which means they would be about 50 million years old. Some of the details about the dating of the discoveries, it was done in modern times using the potassium argon method and analyzing the plant and animal fossils found in those layers of rock. These discoveries were originally reported to the scientific world by Dr. J.D. Whitney, who was the chief government geologist of California. His report was published by Harvard University in the year 1880, but we don't hear very much about these discoveries today because of the process of knowledge filtration that I mentioned. This is the anthropologist William Holmes, who worked with the Smithsonian Institution, and he wrote in his report, if Dr. Whitney had understood the theory of human evolution, he would not have published those discoveries. In other words, he would have known that humans could not possibly have existed at that time. A few years ago, I was a consultant for a television documentary called The Mysterious Origins of Man that aired on NBC. And the producer of this documentary had read my book, Forbidden Archaeology, and wanted to include some cases in the documentary. I told him he should go to the Museum of Anthropology at the University of California at Berkeley because artifacts from the California gold mines are still in that collection. And the museum officials refused to allow him to see the artifacts. Anyways, we were able to get some photographs of the artifacts that Dr. Whitney had taken in the 19th century. It was interesting what happened when this documentary aired. Actually, many scientists were outraged and they wanted the FCC to investigate NBC, censure NBC, fine NBC millions of dollars for having aired this documentary. Now, I'm happy to say the FCC didn't do any of those things, but it was interesting that such attempts were made. Later, I went back to the museum myself, and I personally was given access to the discoveries, and they are still there. I also went out to Table Mountain near Sonora, and we were able to relocate some of the old 19th century gold mining tunnels where these discoveries were originally made. I reported on this case at this meeting of the World Archaeological Congress that was held in Washington, D.C. in 2003. So how far back in time can we go with evidence like this? In 1862, a scientific journal called The Geologist published an interesting report. An anatomically modern human skeleton was found 90 feet below the surface of the ground in Macoupin County in the state of Illinois near St. Louis. According to the report, above the skeleton was a thick layer of slate rock that was unbroken. That's an important detail because it kind of rules out the intrusive burial hypothesis. This report from Scientific American tells of a beautiful metallic, one more detail. According to modern geologists, the layer where the skeleton was found is about 300 million years old. This report from Scientific American tells of a beautiful metallic vase that was found 15 feet deep in solid rock in Dorchester, which is in the Boston area. According to modern geological reports, the age of the formation at that location and depth is about 600 million years from the Cambrian period. Now, I could actually keep you here for days and days and days because there are hundreds of reports like this in the primary scientific literature. I'm not going to do that, but I'll make some concluding remarks. The significance of this evidence would be that it would contradict the now dominant ideas about human origins. And this was actually recognized by one of the architects of the current paradigm, Dr. William Howells of Harvard, who wrote to me after he read Forbidden Archaeology. And he said a few things about it. He said, Forbidden Archaeology represents much careful effort in critically assembling published materials. I thought it was nice that he recognized that. And then he said, most of us mistakenly are not see human so that's what he saw as the impact of this. If it were now, another interest for science. Now, is my Chris, and still, even though he's not really prepared to accept my conclusions, he has some interesting things to say that I think are worth repeating. He said, forbidden archaeology, quote, provides the historian of archaeology with a useful compendium of case studies in the history and sociology of scientific knowledge, which can be used to foster debate within archaeology about how to describe the epistemology of one's discipline. And that's actually what I was trying to do in putting that book together, to foster debate within archaeology about the epistemology of the discipline. And to see this acknowledged in the professional literature was kind of interesting. Now, he went on to say, forbidden archaeology is designed to demolish the case for biological and cultural evolution and to advance the cause of a Vedic alternative. Now, I plead guilty to that indictment. And, you know, it's at this point that this mentioned the alternative. In other words, some alternative that has its roots in some religious or spiritual idea. According to many in the world of science today, this is completely verboten. That's why I called the book Forbidden Archaeology. But it's interesting what Tim Murray had to say about that. He said, the dominant paradigm has changed and is changing, and practitioners openly debate issues which go right to the conceptual core of the discipline. Whether the Vedas have a role to play in this is up to the individual scientist concerned. And I think that's an enlightened attitude that I can support. No ban, but it's just up to each individual to make up their mind whether or not they're going to try to do something like I'm doing or agree with it. Gets you into a whole discussion about religion and science. Now I'm going to close with some of my experiences in presenting this kind of thing at university audiences around the world. I've spoken at hundreds of universities around the world. My books are now in about 25 different languages. One of them is Russian. So I've lectured at a lot of universities in Russia, from Vladivostok to St. Petersburg, and usually the lectures go fine. However, at this particular university, the Tumen State University, there was a little bit of a problem. Some professors there had invited me to speak, and a lecture was scheduled. But when other faculty members found out that I was being invited to speak, they approached the administration of the university and said, we can't have this. We shouldn't allow this person to speak at our university. First of all, he's contradicting a dominant theory, and second, and even more damningly, he's doing it from some Vedic spiritual kind of perspective. So the president of the university canceled the lecture. The professors who invited me and wanted to hear me speak went to the president and tried to get him to change his mind, but the pressure from the other side was just too big, so the lecture was canceled. So then the professors who invited me went to the local branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and they spoke to the director there. He said, okay, if they won't let him speak at the university, he can speak here at the Russian Academy of Science building. So they had buses bring students and professors from the university to the Russian Academy of Science building. And the professors who invited me said more people came than would have come if the lecture had been held at the university. And then the next year, something interesting happened. I went back to the same university, and I was able to speak at the biology department there, no problem. I guess they just thought, better let him talk and let people just make up their minds about what he's saying. You know, they're intelligent. They'll be able to figure out if they can agree or not agree. It's not going to be the end of the world if he talks. These are some of my works: The Forbidden Archaeologist, Forbidden Archaeology, Hidden History of the Human Race, Human Devolution, My Science, My Religion, some contact information. And if you do like the kinds of things you've heard today and are interested in hearing more, you may want to come on this cruise where I'm a speaker in June 2015. Go up and see the glaciers and hear some weird stuff. So I've ended 5 minutes before I intended to.
Yeah.
I did want to leave some time for questions.
Yes, thank you. We'll start from here.
So I was also hoping to get your point of view from Vedic or Purana on the how old is humanity and what did you find there? Because I think in the talk somebody replied that you would also come to know about religious books like Ramayana or Mahabharata. How much of that is true based on the archaeology, I believe.
Well, it depends upon what kind of circles I'm speaking in. For example, if I go to Rishikesh or Hardwar in the Himalayan mountains and sit around with a bunch of Vedic scholars who accept statements from Vedic literature as evidence, then, well, I can say, in the Bhagavat Purana, there are statements that humans were existing during the Swayambhuva Manvantar period, which is in the first part of the Kalpa, or the day of, and they'll understand what I'm saying, and they'll accept that as evidence. If I'm at a meeting of the World Archaeological Congress or speaking at Google headquarters, my audience is not necessarily going to accept a statement from the Bhagavat Purana or the Mahabharata as evidence. So it's like if you go to a baseball game, you have to play by the baseball game rules. And one of the rules is that you can't use a statement from a spiritual text as evidence. Now you can, so for the people who do, I get questions like yours from many people. They want to say, okay, you've given all this archaeological evidence that you say is consistent with Vedic texts, which talk, according to you, in a general way about extreme human antiquity. But what do they actually say, the Vedic literature themselves? So for such people, I'm writing a book in which I will collect all those Vedic statements, and then they can see. But that's not the audience that I'm presented with today, that I'm presenting to today. It's not, the audience that I get at universities. It's not the audience that I get at meeting with Archaeological Congress or European Association of Archaeologists. A good question, and I'm writing a book to answer it.
Could you say more about the actual contradiction between the extreme antiquity of humans and evolution? Because in my mind, it would just seem, well, the evolution theory could just be, oh, you just have to push it back a few million years and it could still hold up. That seems like a simplistic resolution. Is the timeline really inconsistent? And
well, it's a good question. I'll refer you back to the statement of William Howells, who said, if the kind of evidence that I'm talking about is consistent. It's inconsistent with the general theory of evolution because the most simple apes and monkeys, which would be our prospective ancestors. So you could conceive of with another version of the evolutionary theory, but it would be quite different from anything that's being proposed today. So that would be one possible response to do something like that. And if you feel inspired to do it, then right on.
So you talked a lot regarding your critics throwing out the archaeological evidence based on it just being out of their paradigm, filtering it away, and so on. But some of the critics who have truly engaged your work, has it been just that, or do they have valid scientific reasons why they're refuting your evidence?
Normally, I mean, everybody's going to have to make up their own minds about these things. What I tried to do in Forbidden Archaeology was provide in each case all of the different opinions, all of the, you know, all sides of the question, leave it up to the reader to make up their own mind, whether they think it's valid or not. Typically, the reactions are to suggest, first of all, it's old evidence. In other words, but this is very selective. You know, it's the idea that kind of like a milk cart evidence got an expiration date. You know, that any science conducted before midnight, January 1st, 1900, somehow has expired. But I noticed that those who make that type of criticism are applying it very selectively because, you know, the standard textbooks of archaeology are full of discoveries that were made in the 19th century, early 20th century. So it can't just be that just because something is from the earlier history of archaeology, it has to be wrong. Another category of objection has to do with lists of ways in which something could be wrong. It's possible there was a hoax. It's possible it could have slipped in through a fissure. It's possible that the original investigator made a mistake. It's possible that. My general response to that category of criticism is everything is certainly possible, but if you're going to proceed in a scientific way, you should be able to show that in this particular location, there was a fissure, there were artifacts on the surface that resemble those that were found at that level, and there definitely was a way they could have got down there. So that's another category of objection. And of course, I'm willing to engage on that level, and it's one of the things I hope to accomplish with the book is to have a second look at some of these things, and if there are objections, raise them. Okay, it's a good question. What I said, if you listen carefully, is the layer is a certain level. At that time, they carried that a year middle Pleistocene and things of that sort. So if you translate those terms to the modern dates that are attached to those terms, it works out. So they would have said that jawbone was found in an early Pleistocene layer, which would mean it would have to be, several 100,000 years old at least. That's why I went by to give an age in years, I went by the modern geological dating of those layers at Abbeville. For example, Ribeiro, he would have said, these stone tools are early Miocene. Now, in the 19th century, the conception of the Miocene was there, but it wouldn't be exactly the number of years that we now attach to it. But still, it was considered to be very old in terms of the succession of geological layers. But just for current reference, I give the estimates in years that modern geologists have determined for these layers. Same with Dr. Whitney's report. He would have said, these layers are from the Pliocene period, which is an old geological period. Now the layers that he considered Pliocene are considered to be Eocene, and the age for them is between 30 and 50 million years. So in the 19th century, they wouldn't be using the same number of years that we do, but they had a concept still that in terms of the system they were using, it was older. They expected human beings like us to appear only in the very latest, very recent Pleistocene period. So if it was from the middle or the early Pleistocene, that would be anomalous for them. Is that helping?
Let's say it's 19th century. We dig a hole in the ground and we find few layers, and they somehow decided, oh, this layer is younger, this is older, based on the depth. But then they put some dates to it, and I think it's almost the same as right now. We also have layers, and they have dates attached to them. And my concern is that maybe we just attach the dates badly. How do you know? Just like they might be wrong about the dates in 19th century, we might be wrong about the dates right now.
I'm prepared to accept that. If we want to say we don't know how old anything is really, and all the dating methods are unreliable, we could certainly do that. That's one approach to take. The approach, however, that I've taken is you have to have some kind of framework for discussing things. And I'm addressing an audience of geologists, archaeologists, paleontologists. And my way of creating a frame of reference for the discussion is to say, according to methods that you consider reliable, radiocarbon dating, potassium argon dating, uranium series dating, zircon fission tract dating, these layers belong to this geological period, which you consider to be millions of years old. Now, if you wanted to take the approach that, well, nothing is reliable and we don't know anything about the real age of anything, that's certainly an approach that could be taken in some out in the world. Say, if you're a young Earth Christian creationist who believes that the Earth is no older than 10,000 years, you're going to be very critical of all the different dating methods. And that may be the way that such a person would approach this. The Vedic timescales are more or less consistent with the modern scientific timescales for the universe and the Earth and things like that. So perhaps I'm not motivated sufficiently to try to dismiss all the different scientific dating methods.
Are there cases where the age of the layer and the dating, some kind of scientific dating of the actual bone, say, is the same and is very ancient?
Well, there are, if we're talking about bone, there are only a very few methods that can be used to directly date bone. There's the radiocarbon method, but that works only back to about 50 or 100,000 years at most, because it's based on the decay of carbon-14, which has a half-life of about 5,000 years. And after about 20 half-lives, there's nothing left to measure. There's the uranium series method, which is based on the decay of uranium to different daughter isotopes. And by measuring the ratios of those isotopes and making certain assumptions about intake and outflow of ions, you can date bone going back a few 100,000 years. But if we're talking about the formations that are millions of years old, say early Pleistocene formations, Pliocene formations, Miocene formations, there's no method that will allow you to directly date the bone. Now, let's look, for example, at the Castanedolo discoveries from Italy, where Professor Ragazzoni found human bones and layers of rock from the early Pliocene period or middle Pliocene period. There were attempts about 40 years ago to date those bones using the radiocarbon method, and a young age was obtained. Now, the problem with that is if you have a bone that really is, say, 4 million years old, and it gets contaminated with the least amount of modern carbon-14, which can happen in numerous ways, through the groundwater, through just even a scientist touching the bone, it can contaminate with recent carbon, then even if the bone really is, say, 4 million years old, if it's gotten contaminated with the least amount of modern carbon, which take place through bacteria infiltrating it, through any number of methods, it will show an age of 100,000 years or less. So each case has to be looked at very carefully. So there are cases, but as I said, the methods that you can use to directly date bone are limited to bones of, say, a few 100,000 years old or less. For many of the cases that I'm talking about, the appropriate method is to date the age of the formation in which the bone is found and show it's not intrusive.
But you could say, okay, well, this layer is more than 300,000 or 400,000 years old, and the bone is shown to be greater than 300,000, something greater than 300,000. But are there any cases like that then?
I can't think of any right offhand, because usually the attempt is to show the bone is, in the kinds of cases that I'm dealing with, there are attempts to show that bone is not as old as purported to be. Undoubtedly, there are cases like that, but I can't, I'm not able to give one right off the top of my head.
I'm curious whether, from your perspective, the scientific evidence is sufficient to convince you. And if it is sufficient to convince you by itself, then why refer to the Vedic texts at all? Is there something special about the Vedic texts that mystical texts from other cultures lack?
Yeah, very good question, and I am open about what my epistemological commitments are. And if we study the Vedic epistemology, it tells us there are different ways of getting evidence. There are different categories of evidence. They're called pramanas. One is called the pratyaksha pramana. That means sense evidence, things we can touch, see, measure. Then there's anumana, which means logical inference. If it's like this and this, then it must be like that. These methods for getting knowledge about, especially about things that are beyond the range of the senses, like what was happening millions or billions of years ago, they become problematic. And therefore, according to the Vedic epistemology, one can rely upon another type of evidence, testimony. It's called the Shabda Pramana, which is based on the idea there is some kind of higher intelligence that is aware of these things and can communicate information about them. And that's considered to be a higher kind of evidence. However, as I said, that is not the epistemological assumption that's dominant today in the world of science. If you actually go back in European science, even to 300 or 400 years ago, you'll find that many of the scientists had similar epistemological commitments where they were, even say somebody like Michael Faraday, physicist who did a lot of the work that unified electricity and magnetism. He worked along with Maxwell to come up with the electromagnetic field equations. The reason why he started looking for unity was because he was a member of a Christian sect called the Sandemanians, who had the idea that all energies are unified in God. So based on his spiritual conviction that energies are unified, he decided, he was inspired to do the work that led to his integration of electricity and magnetism. And he also tried to bring gravity into the equation. It's something that's still troubling physicists today, how to bring gravity into the whole picture. So, but I understand that's not the dominant epistemological position today. So I put that aside. But you're asking me why. Say, so my position is I'm going to represent an idea from the Vedic text if there is any evidence that can be used to justify it. If there were no evidence, then I wouldn't have anything to say about it in scientific circles. On my own, I might still have the conviction that that's true, but I might stop trying to represent that idea. Say, if somebody could convince me that there is absolutely no archaeological evidence for extreme human antiquity, I would still believe in extreme anti-Christians.
Cool. I think, with that, we'll end the session, and we'll thank Michael Cremo for visiting Google once again and giving us this wonderful talk.
I talk fact, nigga. Gonna get to the money. Fact. Ain't nothing they take shit from me. Fact. Had these nigga look bummy. Facts. Car side call 200. Facts. Nigga, yo bitch got a lot of mileage. Facts. Half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. I said half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. All I wanna do is see profit. Facts. Niggas spin to the money in a sprinter. Facts. Damn Woodwheel gave me a splinter. Facts. All I do is get head in my temple. Facts. She going live on the Jimmy, I ain't coming. I used to ride around the city with a demo. Facts. Now I'm in your city in a limo. Facts. J's on like a Leno. Dressed up like I'm the only one that got the memo. Facts. Niggas always talk then act different. This my biopic, I ain't gotta act in it. Louboutin bag got a couple stacks in it. Red 11, red bottom, just to accent it. All a young nigga do is talk fly shit. If I was a car, I'd be a hybrid. Plain day and your girl in my cockpit. Told them straight, dolo, no sidekick. Yeah, I just wanna get to the money. Facts. Ain't nothing they take shit from me. Facts. Half these niggas look bummy. Facts. Car side talk 200. Facts. Nigga, yo bitch got a lot of mileage. Facts. Half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. I said half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. All I wanna do is see profit. Facts. Nigga, I ain't did shit but keep it real with you. Facts. Everything kosher, I ain't gotta deal with you. Facts. Crazy, you gotta erase to see the real picture. Facts. Shit cool now, but I ain't tryna chill with you. Facts. I used to ride around the city with a truck of niggas. Facts. Now I'm in your city with a couple niggas. Facts. I used to ride with a truck of niggas. Now I'm with a couple niggas crazy. Money will show you who really fucking with you. Now I'm like a fat man, way up. His money got muscles, his pay cut. Y'all niggas too loud with the money. I'm quiet in the bins, I ain't gotta say much. All the young niggas do is talk bitch shit. Why you when you feeling brothers and a chick flick? Your girl bored like a ripstick, dipshit. All the jewelry on like I'm stick Rick. Yeah, I just wanna get to the money. Facts. Ain't nothing they take shit from me. Facts. Half these niggas look bummy. Facts. Car side talk 200. Facts. Nigga, yo bitch got a lot of mileage. Facts. Niggas ain't solid. Facts. I said half these niggas solid. Facts. I wanna do is see.
What up? What's up? Here we go. So what up? We got a couple color can in the building. What up? We got King Blaze in the building. We got Laney 5813 in the building. Buck Williams in the building. What's up, bro? Keisha Murray in the building. What's up? Seeker of Truth, Mark Falk. What's up? We out here. Yeah, so yeah, that's his claim. You know, that's from him. So there's no need to, you know, to make that Ty Data claim. We got All Time Flat in the building. What's up, Flat Power? We got Samuel in the building. What's up? How you doing, sir? You know, those are his claims. Y'all check him out, vet him. Make sure he ain't got no kids in the basement or no blood sacrifices or no some shit just like y'all do to everybody else. But as y'all can see, scientists talk with a lot of possibilities. That's why they call them theories. It's a possibility amongst possibilities. If it's possible, it's possible. There's no way you can debate something that's possible. But there's no way you can go around preaching this shit like it's fact either. So the people is waking up, and the opposition is finna start working in overtime and overdrive. And we finna start working in overtime and overdrive and building. Enough of the philosophy bullshit. That's secondary. Where my panel at? Man, y'all know. Y'all don't know, but I'm actually kind of a shy person. I'm actually kind of a shy, lonely person. So Chief, where you at, Chief? A1's supposed to jump on. If not, then we're gonna have an open, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a, you know, open dialogue or something. Because I'm not finna sit here and talk. But we do got another video about Michael Cremo himself. You could debate Michael Cremo, you can go after his stuff. But he speak with a lot of possibilities, and that's usually how most scientists talk. They usually always got some possibilities because they know it's hard to debate possibilities. And so as long as you have possibilities, you always have a good debate. I mean, your possibility against my possibility. Okay, I got 99 facts and you got 4 facts. Well, guess what? Nobody's win because yours is possible and his is possible. So you can have all the facts you want in the world. You can have everything you want in the world on your side, and nobody else can have none. But his is possible and yours is possible. So it's up to the individual though. What up? What up? What up? Will in the building. Brandon Rogers in the building. What up? Checking in. Chief Holiday, where you at, man? Your crowd's out here waiting for you. Seeker of Truth in the building. What you doing? Get out of here. What's up, everybody? So I guess we finna go ahead and go. We finna go ahead and go to the next video. We gonna try to work on getting them on the show as well. So you know we gotta butter up a little bit. I know I end up calling him a pervert and shit, but I forgot and shit. I was like, I just remembered that. So let us, you know, we can butter him up a little bit. We're trying to get him on the show. You know what I'm saying? We get those clicks and hits and those likes. So that way, you know what I'm saying, it can go into SEO. And also, man, understand when you in a chat room, you inside the matrix, you inside the computer. So anybody come in here talking about Moors or talking about Jews or talking about Christians, either time their ass out or delete their ass, because we don't want them messing up our SEO. We don't want them tainting our chat room, because this information and this data and all the shit that's in the chat room goes with our channel. So anybody coming here disrespecting any religion, they're done. Just cut them off, time out, whatever you're gonna do. So this is a religion hate zone. Everybody got their own opinions, but do that shit at Wendy's or some shit, or the bowling alley. But y'all ready? Y'all ready to go into the other video? The other video is a bunch of TV. I think it's a bunch of TV videos. Him going around different television stations trying to promote his book. A lot of people, you know, just want to make sure that his claims have possibilities. So he ain't really making no claims. He just showing evidence and showing possibilities, and that's what a lot of people mistake from, because having a possibility is not the same as making a claim. A possibility is okay. Well, I understand that's possible. That can be right, but some shit is just not possible. You know what I'm saying? Like some shit is just not possible. You know, but there's a big difference. But here we go. We finna get in the next one, and we on.
In the fall of 1994, Michael Cremo, co-author with Richard Thompson of the highly controversial book, The Hidden of the Human, embarked on a 3-month nationwide television and radio tour to publicize their work. At the same time, a highly rated nationwide television program was aired dealing directly with the theme of their book. In the last 150 years, a mass of scientific evidence proving that people like ourselves existed millions of years ago has been systematically suppressed by the scientific establishment. The following are excerpts from these shows viewed or heard by more than 20 million people.
Why would thousands of artifacts be ignored by mainstream archaeology? They show the unthinkable. Images of man battling with dinosaurs. Reptilian creatures interacting with men and women. Ancient inscriptions on stones depicting complex surgical procedures. And carved metallic spheres found in rock strata 2.8 billion years old. This evidence points to one conclusion, that the history of life on this planet may be radically different than what is accepted today. In this program, The Forbidden History of Man, we will examine documented evidence which suggests that our theory of evolution needs to be completely revised. Much of this evidence has been known for hundreds of years, but it's been ignored because it directly contradicts theories which are universally accepted. We will hear reports from a new breed of scientists who have been labeled heretics for daring to challenge fundamental scientific theories. In their controversial book, Forbidden Archaeology, Michael Cremo and Dr. Richard read the scientific cover-up. Since the beginning of archaeology, researchers have found bones and artifacts showing humans like us existed hundreds of millions of years ago. But according to Thompson, these discoveries have been suppressed, and we have come to accept a picture of prehistory that is largely incorrect. Thompson and Cremo have documented hundreds of cases which tell a gripping story of a scientific world shrouded in conspiracy and deception.
And welcome back to 43 Focus. And please welcome Michael Cremo, who's the co-author of this book, The Hidden History of the Human Race. Nice to see you, Michael.
Good to be here, Gary.
This, I believe, calls into question Darwinian's theory of evolution. Is that correct?
Yes, Gary. Essentially, that theory says that human beings like us have been around for about 100,000 years. And before that, you would have had only ape-man-like creatures. Before that, apes and monkeys. What we found, however, when we looked into the entire history of archaeology, my co-author and I did 8 years of research. We looked at every archaeological discovery that's ever been made. And what we found is that there are hundreds of such discoveries that indicate human beings like ourselves have been around for literally millions of years.
What's been the reception to this book?
Oh, there's been, from the spokespersons of the scientific establishment, there has been absolute outrage. For example,
how dare you come up with any kind of
well, like Richard Leakey, for example, he said this book is pure humbug. Nobody would take it seriously but a fool. On the other hand, we've had many scientists and scholars say this is a wonderful book. It's really great that finally somebody has brought together all this evidence, because a lot of it's not available in English. We had to do 8 years of research, translate papers from German, Russian.
You referred to in India the Vedic literature?
Well, yes, I was saying in the beginning that we do take our inspiration from these ancient Sanskrit writings of India. They're collectively called the Vedas. Among them are the Puranas. Purana is a Sanskrit word. It means history. Now, these histories tell of human civilizations on this planet going back millions of years.
How do we know those are accurate?
Well, that was our question too. Richard Thompson and I, we thought, well, if there's any accuracy to those statements, there must be some factual evidence to back them up. Now, when we looked in the current textbooks, of course, we didn't find any such evidence, but we thought, well, let's look a little bit further. And as I said, that led to an 8-year research program where we investigated every archaeological discovery ever made. And what we found is that, practically speaking, archaeologists and anthropologists have buried almost as much evidence as they've dug up. In other words,
or perhaps overlooked, cast aside.
Well, yes, cast aside, and there have been some outright cases of suppression where people who have reported such things have had their careers ruined.
We should never, I don't think, be afraid to investigate opposing points of view. And the hidden history of the human race is something that is in direct opposition.
An ape. Why has this evidence been suppressed, and what kind of evidence have you found to support this?
Well, I'll give you a very good example. Now, one example from historical times is during the California gold rush days, digging all sorts of sites. Now the rock in these mountains is over 10 million years old. So when they were the locations were gathered together, reported to the scientific world by J.D. Whitney, who was the state geologist of California. And he published a massive book about them by Harvard University. Harvard University was the publisher. Now, what happened to these artifacts? Why aren't they on display in museums? Why aren't our children taught about them in schools? There was a very powerful anthropologist at the Smithsonian Institution named William H. Holmes. And he said to Whitney, you, Dr. Whitney, if you had understood the theory of human evolution as we understand it today, you would have hesitated to announce your conclusion, namely that human beings existed millions of years ago, despite the imposing array of facts with which you were confronted. In other words, simply because the facts didn't fit the theory, the facts had to go, and so did Professor Whitney.
But back then I would imagine that they did not have the scientific procedures to identify the exact age of bones and matter that we have today. So can you be confident that this researcher was able to give a time for these bones that were
Yes,
found?
we checked with the modern geologists about the age of the deposits. Now, these things continue to be discovered today, for example. And a vast amount of evidence showing that human beings like ourselves have been around for millions of years has been systematically suppressed. And I can give you some examples. For example, in 1979, Mary Leakey, who's one of the most famous archaeologists of this century, discovered in Africa completely modern human footprints, no different from the footprints that you or I would make on a beach today. Now, the thing about these footprints is they were found in rock that was dated 3.6 million years old. And that throws out completely any idea of human origins that's current today.
Why would anyone want information like that suppressed? What possible advantage would there be in that?
Well, power, prestige, money, there's a lot riding on it. If even one of the hundreds of cases that we document in the hidden history of the human race were found to be true, accepted, that would mean that everything we've been told about human origins and antiquity for the past 150 years is simply not true. And I don't think that the current establishment is ready to admit that.
How long ago do you think that this evidence was suppressed? I mean, is this something that's been going on for years and years?
Yes, this has been going on for about 150 years. I'll give you another example. In the
Following what it is that you have uncovered from other people's findings, this type of thing, you believe that with the dinosaur, for example, to give people a general idea of how to pinpoint?
Right, that's a very good question, Michelle. And from the evidence that we've uncovered, we have some very good reports of a human presence even before, the time of the dinosaurs. For example, in the 1840s, there was a scientific magazine called The Geologist, and it reported that in Macoupin County, Illinois, which is right here in North America, in the United States, a human skeleton, just like ours, had been uncovered in a coal mine, in solid coal, 90 feet deep underneath the ground. Now, Richard Thompson and I were able to discover from the reports exactly where that occurred. And we talked to the Geological Survey of the state of Illinois, and we asked them, well, how old is the coal there? And it turned out it was 300 million years old, which means it's older than the Jurassic, that word that everybody knows now that refers to the dinosaurs. In other words, it was older than the age of the dinosaurs.
Wow. Okay, so that throws a whole new spin on it.
Yes, indeed it does. And some of the scientists who have read the book have obviously recognized that. For example, William Howells, who is one of the big anthropologists of this century, one of the architects of the current paradigm, he said, well, if what you say here is true, it more or less throws a monkey wrench into our whole picture of how life originated on this planet. And I think it does.
Something you alluded to a few moments ago, I want to bring up again. You talked about man coexisting with apes and coexisting with another kind of ape-man creature. And you, again, mentioned North America. And I think, of course, there's always been a lot of interest in Bigfoot, which is essentially where this is coming from. Some of the information that you brought forward is that this is just a descendant of this same wild man creature that was existing years ago.
That's a distinct possibility. Now, when I first started in this subject, but what turned me around is when I began to read reports about these creatures by convicted archaeologists. For example, Grover S. Krantz, who's at the University of Washington, up in the Northwest. He has extensively studied the footprints of these creatures, and he says they're biologically convincing. There is no possible way that they could have been hoaxed, and he's pretty well convinced that these creatures do exist. So that's the sort of thing that convinced me that there is a very good chance that they're there, and that from the descriptions of these creatures, they seem to match very well some of the descriptions that we get of the ape-man-like creatures that supposedly existed millions of years ago.
Okay, so, but yet we keep coming around to the same thing. People just don't want to believe it. They just, like you said, well, they're skeptical. They go, oh no, that's just a hoax. They're not hearing the information that noted scientists are finding.
Well, all we really wanted to do in our book is put the facts on the table, all of them, not just the facts that you will see in the current textbooks, but all of the facts that are relevant to this whole subject, and let people draw their own conclusions.
One of the questions I first came up with when I was reading the book that you did answer in the book that I'd like you to explain was that I said, well, gee, don't we have all these machines now that can look at the footprints or the bones or whatever, and that will just tell us how old it is?
Oh, this is a very common perception. We have such faith in technology and those who employ it that when we hear about things like carbon-14 testing or potassium-argon testing, we think it really is a very simple process, almost like you pop something in the microwave and boom, it comes out. It's not like that at all. These are very complicated procedures. What I found in practice is that scientists may run several tests on the same piece of bone. Some of the ages will be very great, some very small, and they will tend to pick the date to publish in their scientific literature that most fits the idea that they start out with about how old the fossil should be. Now that often happens.
What do scientists and researchers have to gain by distorting their findings? I mean, you would think that if they truly think that they found evidence of man pre-existing the dates that we take for granted right now, that they would want to be published, that they would want people to hear about this, that they would get their name up in lights, as it were, as making this remarkable discovery. Why is this so suppressed?
Well, there are just pressures for conformity within the scientific community. For example, for every academic post that opens up, every professorship that opens up in an American university, there are generally hundreds of applicants. And it does not help your reputation if you go reporting things that should not be reported. It could be very bad for one's reputation. And in our book, we document several cases of that. For example, Virginia Steen McIntyre. She's a geologist who I personally know. She lives in Colorado now. She went to Mexico in the 1970s, and she was a geologist with the U.S. Geological Survey. She dated a site there where some human artifacts have been found at 300,000 years. All her test results show that that was the age of that site. But because that went against the dominant idea that human beings have only been in North America for 30,000 years. She said she was not able to get the report published. She was labeled a publicity seeker and a maverick in her community of scholars. And she said she eventually lost a professorship that she held at an American university because of this, and hasn't been able to work as a geologist since. Now, this is not the normal picture that we have of how science works, but unfortunately, these are the sorts of things that can happen, and these are the sorts of pressures that can be applied in order to keep a certain view intact.
So what do people need to do now? They apparently, we need the public to open their minds up a little bit more to alternative ideas to what we've been taught.
Well, I think one thing we need to do is develop a little bit more of a healthy skepticism towards pronouncements from spokespersons from the scientific community. Just as we've learned not to accept without question every pronouncement that may come from the press secretary of a politician or the public relations office of a corporation. We may want to dig a little further, keep an open mind, have some healthy skepticism, and I think perhaps we've placed spokespersons from the scientific community on a little bit of a pedestal, and we may need to give them the same sort of treatment that we would give to spokespersons from other groups in society.
The Bible answers the riddle of our origin in 4 simple words: and God created man. Darwin looked at monkeys and saw Michelangelo. But for modern anthropologists who try to put a name and a date to the dawn of humankind, the answer is constantly changing. Fossils discovered recently in Ethiopia put our earliest ancestors at around 4.4 million years, but some scientists believe that there is evidence that we are much older than that. On an archaeological dig in Hueyatlico, Mexico, Dr. Virginia Steen McIntyre discovered tools that predated the earliest known humans. Her find created a storm of controversy.
Don't really want to be in the center of a controversy. I never asked to be in the center of a controversy, but I'm here, and doggone it, I want to get the information out. I want to get at the truth. I guess that's what it is.
Why does Dr. Steen McIntyre feel the need to protect her artifacts from her more mainstream colleagues? Why are contradictory findings being met with contempt instead of excitement? Some researchers charge it's because these new findings would turn modern anthropology on its head.
Welcome back to Talkin' Pittsburgh. Nice to have you with us. And this next segment should prove very interesting to you. How old are we? I mean, as a race. How old are human beings? How long have we been on the face of the earth? Well, science says one thing, and this book, The Hidden History of the Human Race, says a major scientific cover-up is exposed, and it claims that scientists are sort of hiding things. Michael Cremo is an author and researcher specializing in the history and philosophy of science, and he, along with Richard Thompson, incidentally, Richard Thompson got his PhD in mathematics from Cornell University. Michael Cremo, what is your background? More in journalism?
I'm an investigative writer.
Investigative writer. In other words, you did most of the writing of the book?
Most of the writing and investigating.
I have to give you credit for this. Here's one testimonial that says, Hidden History is a detective novel as much as a scholarly tour de force. The murderer is not the butler, neither is the victim, a rich old man with many heirs. The victim is man himself, and the role of the assassin is played by numerous scientists. That's in talking about this book. And down here, this is where I give you credit. You put in here, here's another testimonial. Your book is pure humbug and does not deserve to be taken seriously by anyone but a fool. That's an anthropologist who represents the scientific establishment's viewpoint.
See how they Let me give you another example.
Yeah, there is one thing though.
Yeah.
Your scientific things. They're only a member of the Hare Krishna Society.
Yeah.
United Internet Science author.
That's true.
Okay, you could have an ulterior, even if you
right,
Christians holds, right? I mean,
right.
that we have been here for forever.
Yes. Now, yes, I am a member of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, which is the science studies branch of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And we do take some inspiration from the Vedic literatures of India, which do contain accounts of human civilizations being present on this planet millions of years ago. But my point would be, if archaeology is actually a science, then it shouldn't matter, you know, what your motive is. It's like bowling. If you bowl a strike, who cares if you're doing it for this reason or another? I mean, facts are facts. Now, the facts that we've uncovered...
we know statistics can be distorted for whichever way someone wants them to be distorted. We know that.
Right.
You and I could take the same statistic and change it around and make it look different.
So let's look at them. And on the other hand, other people, and I think we've documented this in the book, that there is a commitment to this idea that we have a recent origin on this planet that is itself biasing the presentation of
Let
the
me tell
facts.
folks, if they want to learn more about what you've written about, The Hidden History of the Human Race is the book. And this is Michael Cremo. I thank you so much for being with us. We have run out of time. And
pleasure to have been here, Ron.
Very nice to have you with us. Check it out if you're interested in the history of man and find out if you're 1 million years old, 2 million years old, or just 100,000. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend. Stay tuned now for Delaware in a few moments.
I'd like to move along here in some of the additional myths that you have listed here, Michael Cremo. You have talked in terms of the fact that scientists don't cheat. That's a myth. You say there's actual cheating going on.
Oh, that's very well documented. For example, the Piltdown case is a very famous case that documents that. Now, what that has to do with is early in this century, there was a purported discovery of an ape man in England based on a skull and a jawbone. And this Piltdown ape man, was in the science textbooks for about 40 years. And then suddenly it was revealed that the British Museum had tested these fossils and determined that it was a very elaborate hoax. And many people have speculated about the identity of the person who was the hoaxer. And practically all of them center on different scientists in England, such as Sir Grafton Elliott Smith or Sir Arthur Smith Woodward, all very well established scientists in England, because only somebody who knew the scientific method very well could have prepared these fossils in such a way that they would have fooled the scientific community all around the world for 40 or 50 years. So some scientist who wanted to perhaps give some evidence in favor of evolution, because there's not very much of it, invented this ape man, and in a very sophisticated way, cheated, literally. And this is admitted by the scientists themselves. And there are more examples I could give, and we document many of them in our book, The Hidden History of the Human Race.
Myth number 3, Michael, that you have written, evidence that goes against human elevation or evolution is reported only by crackpots.
Now this is one of the standard techniques that the scientific community tries to use against anybody that reports something that goes against their ideas. They try to label them in a derogatory way without actually discussing the facts. And I think we've all had experience of that. But the real facts is that actual scientists have, over the past 150 years, reported many astounding facts that go against the theory of evolution. And the present scientific community doesn't want people to know that. They want to promote the idea that anybody that's against evolution is somehow or other a religious fanatic, a crackpot, but it's simply not true. And I've personally met scientists who have discovered some of these things, and what happens to them is it's very unfair, the treatment to which they are subjected.
Okay, we're going to go to Anton in Brookfield, Wisconsin. Anton, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Your comment.
I've often wondered how the perfect complementary male-female systems of reproduction could have evolved from unintelligent life forms.
You know, Anton, not only is that a good question, but also the point is if evolution occurred, it'd have to be simultaneous evolution of both species at the same time. Right. Because if it took 1 million years for the female to evolve, it would have kind of messed up the whole procreation thing, wouldn't it?
Right. That's my question.
A good question. Stay right there. Michael Cremo, your response.
Well, I would like to put together a book called Darwin's Fairy Tales. And I think that would be one of them. You can just look at so many examples of complex structures and behaviors in different creatures, whether it's how the spider learned to spin its web, or how our human reproduction system came about, or any of these things. They're a complete mystery. They're not explained even theoretically by the evolutionist, and what they do is, when they want to explain anything, they just wave their magic wand and said, it happened by evolution. And that's why I call it Darwin's Fairy Tales.
Well, I think it's time to begin to look at the implications of all of this. I can assure our audience that you have hundreds of similar cases, and obviously you are inspired by a religious tradition, as we mentioned.
That's correct.
Earlier. You're a student of the Hindu Vedantic tradition.
Right.
It's very different than the Christian Jewish fundamentalist tradition that insists on a divine creation that occurred some 5,000 years ago. The Hindu view of time is not linear as Western. As we Westerners conceive of time, it doesn't start with a big bang and end with a whimper.
Right.
It's cyclical, isn't it?
Yes, the basic pattern is cyclical, and this is actually the subject of a presentation I shall be making in New Delhi to the World Archaeological Congress, called Puranic Time and the Archaeological Record.
Mm-hmm.
And the concept of time that you do find in the Puranas is, in fact, cyclical. Now, what might one predict from that? Say if you have civilizations coming and going over vast periods of time, perhaps you might have humans and other ape-man-like creatures coexisting. I will mention that the Puranas do talk about intelligent races of ape-like creatures that use stone tools.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an idea that came in with Darwin. It's been there for thousands of years. Now, what might one predict from that? If you were to predict what archaeologists might find, you would say, well, they would tend to find a very bewildering mixture of anatomically modern human fossils, ape-man-like fossils, crude stone tools, articles indicative of a higher level of culture, all sort of mixed up and going back, hundreds of millions of years.
Mm-hmm.
I think you might also predict that given the biases of investigators towards a linear progressive idea of time, with things beginning in a very simple state and progressing in a linear fashion to a more advanced state, that they might edit that record to conform to their linear progressive biases. And indeed, both predictions we found in our investigations do come true. You actually do have that very bewildering, mixture of advanced artifacts and bones mixed up with more primitive ones, going back hundreds of millions of years. And you also do find a very systematic editing of this record to conform to a linear, progressive, you might call it evolutionary view of things, which is quite amazing.
Of course, if we have this sort of cyclical picture, circular picture of things, much of conventional science will need to be readjusted. And naturally, I suppose it's only fair to say that Vedantic thought has many other ideas about the nature of time and space, the nature of spiritual dimensions. I believe that your view of things would be that rather than say that humanity evolved from simple celled creatures, that in some sense we rather descended from spiritual planes.
Yes, and this is a matter that...
Ron in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Ron, how are you?
Yes, good evening. I'm just going to make a question here and then hang up and listen. Obviously, your two guests do not believe that we evolved from lower primates.
And interestingly enough, one of them comes from a Judeo-Christian background and one not.
Right. Now, my question is, if we did not, then where do you two people feel we did come from? And I'd like some hard evidence of a Garden of Eden. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, this is the subject matter of the next book that Richard Thompson and I are working on. We call it Human Devolution because from the evidence that we can see, it appears that if our origin is not on this planet, we did not evolve from apes on this planet. We come from a higher spiritual dimension of reality. There's creation involved. We have a relation with a supreme spiritual being, and that is what the actual evidence suggests. Now, to make a scientific case for that, we have to, first of all, show that there is more to reality. There's more to the human essence than just atoms, just chemistry. Now, this is another whole subject, and it took 8 years for us to do the research for the hidden history of the human race, and we wanted to do all that research so we could make a convincing case, and we're now in the process of making such a convincing case for human beings as being ultimately spiritual in origin, and we intend to make a very convincing case for that in our next book. All the evidence suggests that human beings, as we know them, did not originate on this planet, but have come to this earth from other dimensions.
This network special will follow the efforts of a new breed of scientists who are courageously revealing a vast body of hidden knowledge. Carved stones, ancient statues, and human artifacts have been ignored by the academic establishment to protect their long-held theories of human origins. But should this evidence be allowed to speak for itself, the history of man on this planet may never be the same again.
I talk fast, nigga. Talk fast, I talk fast, nigga. All the young niggas do is talk fly shit. If I was hybrid, plain that fast. Half these niggas look bummy. Facts. Car side cop 200. Facts. Nigga, yo bitch got a lot of money. Facts. Half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. I said half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. All I wanna do is see PB.
What up? What up? What up? You live?
Peace. I'm in the building too. I was watching that video. That's dope.
Y'all on?
Hey, yeah, peace. We got a Thompson's one in the building, man. Peace to the guy, man. Hey, I watched the first video before, so we can talk about that one, man. But that one right there, I hadn't seen that one right there, the black and white one. That was interesting. But at the end, y'all see the brother that was the scientist? I would love to find him, see what he was finding. You know what I'm saying? Like I oh yeah. Peace, A1.
My bad. Peace. What's up, Chief?
That's all good, bro.
Yeah, my bad. Y'all been on for a minute then, huh?
Yeah, we played a couple videos, man, of Michael Cremo. Shout out to him.
That's what's up.
So yeah, I
what
know
you
you
get
have
out
some
of
stuff that you wanted to say, huh? Oh man, me man, you know,
what
like I said, man, this I kind of, for me, man, like it puts me in a, you know, like okay. The reason why I'm so confident that we've been here, right, is because of a lot of the archaeology that came prior to Darwin and all the dumb shit that they was talking about, right? You know what I'm saying? So for me, you know, to be able to you know, have visuals and be able to show people, you know, because a lot of times people ain't gonna like do a lot of reading. You know what I'm saying? You might be not gonna read his book, but maybe you can see what his book is talking about in the visual. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's an importance of videos. And I think the people that kind of discredit videos while making videos for a living is dumb. That's stupid to me. I don't even know how that's a conversation. You know, you make videos for a living, but then talk about people that use videos and visual aids as a way for us to get our message across to our people. So if there's a book, and like if you could read a book, and let's just say while you driving your car, and it's an audio book, don't that count as you reading a book? So what? I don't know, man. So it's just so many little weird stuff that, you know, how people be talking. But when we're talking about coming up with evidence, right now, if you can date anything, right? And so what makes these geologists and archaeologists dates any different? Yeah, any different than anybody else? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, if they come up with a date of 7 million years, right? 7.2 million years to be exact, of a tooth and a jawbone they found in Romania and Greece, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what makes, if another geologist or archaeologist finds something that's, say, 400,000 years old in Argentina or something, or Mexico, or something of that nature, right? What makes their dating any different than this date, right? Y'all follow me? So here's the point. We know everybody that's supposed to be conscious knows that these people have lied, stole, cheated, and this is the source of their power. They use fake ass science to oppress you socially, oppress you politically, oppress you economically. This is the source of their power globally, and it all ties into religion. We're gonna get into that. And Cremo is now. This is where I made him separate at when he starts with the spiritual, the religious stuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that humans come from other planes and aliens and dumb shit. Yeah, you gotta prove it. And when you pull up bones out the ground, that's a to me, that represents proof. That represents evidence. When you start talking mystical, start getting into esoterical stuff. So that would be my critique on Cremo. But I gotta say this,
Chief.
The brother is
you can't hear me.
consistent. He has been consistent since Black White. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I got to give him that. And for me, you know, why not look more into that? You know what I'm saying? Because I can't discount anything that I'm not fully into. Y'all follow me?
Right. Hey, Chief,
I'm not into aliens. I'm not into other things, whatever, right? Because I'm not gonna discount anything that our ancestors did, and that's what the alien talks about. That the consciousness and the smart came from another goddamn planet.
Hey, Chief.
No, it's been here for billions of years, Cremo, and billions of years. Ain't no other place. It's just here.
Chief, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think he was talking about possibilities. So because I ain't never heard or made no claim like that shit was fact. I think he was talking about, you know, as a spiritual belief. So he look at it as a belief. So he admit it is a belief. He never stated like this is fact. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people do. They say they shit fact 100%. But he was saying like this is something I believe, and this is a possibility and stuff like that. So I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I gotta, you know, I mean, I can respect that. And he, you know, but if he go around trying to sell it to everybody, then now you're doing too much.
You know what, too? I'm gonna tell you like this, bro.
What up, everyone?
As an what's up, peace, what's up, Todd Data? As an archaeologist, man, ain't no telling what the fuck this nigga done found, bro. He probably the same way he found, bro. I'm keeping it 100, bro. The same way he found bones and shit that was submerged in the ground that dates millions of years. Ain't no telling what he found, bro. And I'm gonna leave that possibility for the imagination because I can't even imagine what the fuck he probably had found, bro. But I know that there is a hidden history. Everybody here wasn't just regular men like we are. There have been some things that like are some scientific. You know what I'm saying? There has been. I've seen skeletons, but they had horns in the head, one eye skeleton. And I'm not saying that this shit is myth, but come on, man, you will be naive to think that it just was human beings walking on this planet when there's so many different imaginations about all of this scientifical imaginary stuff that people just somehow be able to just think within the human mind that never existed. Because a lot of somebody told me that anything you could think of existed at one point in time, because everything that we get from thoughts, anything Eve came from this reality, and that's the reality that we might be going over people's heads. Just think about it. We ain't never been outside this planet, okay? We ain't never been outside this planet, nor has it been people who went outside the planet. I don't believe nobody went to the moon. I don't believe there's a fucking space station in the fucking solar system. I don't believe none of that shit, all right? But what I am telling you is this. If we never left the planet, right? Think of it, we never left the planet. We never been nowhere. Never left the planet, never been nowhere. You know, everything, all of these giants and mermaids and all of this crazy stuff that we keep on thinking about, shit had to exist at some point in time, man. So I'll leave that until more evidence pop up. I can't prove none of this stuff, and that's not my reality is not to try to prove it. But all I'm saying, we always gotta look at things with an open mind, man, that maybe some of these things have existed. Because I was listening to Zachariah Stitchin talking about the Anunnaki and Inky and the Lil and all that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I've listened to all that, and now, like I said, I mean, yo, you know what? It sounds funny the time, but like I said, at the end of the day,
It's the way you said it. I never heard of it, so it's 100% new to me.
never heard of the Anunnaki. You never heard of the
Yeah,
Anunnakis?
I heard of Anunnaki, but the Inky and Lanil and shit, I never heard of it. So the way you
Never
said
heard
it,
of
no, I never heard
Inky and his sister Alil, or whatever, to be the people who created human beings. This is according to you know, some sources such as Zachariah Stitchin or whatever. They came from another universe. They came here to basically mine gold, and they needed human beings to mine gold. And because the human beings, they created us to be a slave race. And by us being a slave race, the only enjoyment we ever had was to have sex. So I believe it was Inky. It was Inky that showed us how to have sex, and out of having sex, we was able to have pleasure. And once he stole all the human beings to have sex, they was having sex all over the place. So when Lil found out, or it's either Inky or Lil, I forgot. I haven't heard the story so long or whatever, though. But when the opposite one found out, what he did was destroy. What he did was destroy us or whatever, right? And word is bond, bro. You gotta look the story up.
I know I'm cool. I'm into
Just
that
look
type
it
of
up.
stuff. I got some theories of my own, but I don't teach them and shit.
But yeah, so said that when when he destroyed some of us lived, and what happened was that they allowed us to live, and here we are. Now I'm not saying I believe that story, but it's just another perspective. I don't believe no motherfucking man lives in a cloud that's floating on top of and live in a fucking cloud. I don't believe no human. The energy that's in your body is where the creator comes from. You know, and that's the all. Was it call it Allah? We call it the energies that govern, energy that can't die, or whatever. Well, we can't say that human existence is too complicated for it to just be some evolutionary thing. You know what I'm saying? For us to just be some evolutionary experience, just evolve. But then
Walk around like
it'll all come back to, yeah, but then it all come back to who created your creator, who got dominion over your creator. Somebody has to have created your creator, and then somebody had to have created him, and then it go on and on. And the human mind, I don't think can even conceive that, because if you believe in God, then who the fuck created God? Who do God answer to?
You had to be born one day, huh?
And what is this? So if somebody created God, then who created him? And then they go on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a never-ending story with this shit. So the best bet is, I mean, think about it. If you believe in God, who created God? And then who created the creator of God? And who created the God, the person who created God? And they go on and on and on and on and on. And then you say, well, damn, somebody had to create this person. Where did the world, who created the world? Where did the world stem from? Right. Think about it. That shit will make you crazy. Just think about it in that.
I got some.
You can't. You.
I said I thought about it before, and I got some answers.
I understand. You need
with some answers. But that don't mean they right though. You know what I'm saying? I know two things that was never invented. It was always was and always there and always will be. And that's basically darkness and sound.
Okay.
Other than that, that's why I left off. So
okay.
I know that ain't create no damn God and shit. And then, well, like I said, I don't know, but I can't go from there. Like that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And with that,
so
you put that under a microscope, it probably wouldn't hold water. But you know, it's not. I'm not going around trying to sell it to you and shit. Like, let me get $35. A1, I got a secret and shit. said,
Now we trying to just find out, okay, where we from, who created us, right? So then on another level, we just trying to find out, well, we being told that someone brought us here to this landmass on slave ships. Instead, it was already people here, you know. And then the same story that they try to tell you through evolution, they try to tell you that they try to tell you through Darwin theory, through the theory of evolution, that we evolved from a damn slug. A slug turned into some walk fish. The walking fish turned to a monkey. The monkey turned to a damn humanoid, and then the humanoid turned into a human being, and here we are, fucking eating with forks and fucking drinking out of you know what I'm saying, drinking out of cans and shit.
And we eat slugs.
And you eat slugs, exactly, right? So, monkeys, if monkeys, you know what I'm saying, but if monkeys existed, why monkeys still walking around? If we came from monkeys and monkeys was the first, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, wouldn't the evolution process be complete up to that point? You know what I'm saying? That's like evolution. Like when things evolve, it basically terminates the old idea. You understand what I'm saying? Just like you don't ever see things backwards. They ain't gonna go back to the first computer that they made in the 1980s. What good would it be to use the computer that they made in the 80s with that program they got as compared to the program we got now? So it's the same thing with human beings. Why would you have the lesser human beings still around when you have a better evolved evolution, you know what I'm saying, of that called, you know what I'm saying, that so-called, how you want, sure thing I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a target.
I got a hard time explaining it sometimes.
Yeah,
but,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Like, yeah.
You ain't gonna go back to a flip phone once you done had an iPhone X. You ain't gonna go back to a flip phone, a dial, no digital computeristics, or no, you know what I'm saying, no high gigs, none of that shit. You ain't gonna go back to that when you have a motherfucking iPhone X. Now, you might, if you need to go back to that to use it for what it needs to be used for, to make the phone call, then maybe. But you ain't gonna go back to that type of, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna go back to that idea, the opportunity at this point in time. So even when we dealing with evolution, we know that with everything, man. But even with cars, some people like cars from the 70s. Some people like older cars. Now I can't say that they don't, but for the most part, most people ain't taking no older car over no new car. You know what I'm saying? They ain't taking no new car or old car over no new car. Now, some people had their little classics, their 69 Camaros, their 75. Like I like that. Yeah, I like the 65 Camaros, 75 Camaros, and you know I like that type. I like them cars, but I also like the new ones. You know what I'm saying? I don't think if I had an opportunity to jump up in something like a motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, a Maserati or a Jaguar or something, I'm not going to go back to no older car. If I had the money to do it, maybe so. But like I said, we know that the original idea, once it evolved, unless the evolution process at some point in time get cut off. So if any point in time in this reality, like let's say all the cars and everything exist, and we need to use the car for exactly what it was created for, just to get you around, then of course, yeah, you're going to use that vehicle. But if you don't need to use that vehicle, and you have a newer vehicle that got the heated seats, fucking, you know what I'm saying, USB cords and all this type of stuff, then that's what you're going to use. But it's the same thing with human evolution, man. You ain't going to go back to Dr. J if you got Michael Jordan, and you ain't gonna go back. I'm just saying, well, if it go back to Kobe, well, you had to choose like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, you might pick Michael Jordan. No, you will pick Michael Jordan because even at the time, Michael Jordan still is superior to the new, you know what I'm saying, the new evolution of a basketball player. You understand what I'm saying? So in some cases, you might stick with the older replica or the older idea, but not in most ideas, man. You know what I'm saying? But that's even when you're dealing with evolution. So when you deal with Michael Cremo, let me see something real quick. Let me pull up something. How many people you got in? We off the air?
No, we live, man.
Oh, all right, no, because I can't tell when we live because you using the what's the name, so it's different. All right, so let me see something real quick.
Yeah, we live. Your name in the title, man. They come here to see A1.
They came in to see me. Peace to everybody, man. All right, let me, you know what? Let me see something. All right, boom. Let's read. Let's do some reading on this real quick.
Here we go, y'all.
This is forbidden. So this is forbidden archaeologist Michael Cremo. Okay, all right. So excuse me. Let me get with this. It said a couple years ago, in the middle of my talks about my book, Forbidden Archaeology, to students and of the earth science at a free university in Amsterdam, professor stood up and said, "You say is all what you say is very interesting, but how can we accept something that goes against what thousands of archaeologists, other scientists are telling us? Forbidden archaeology documents evidence of extreme human antiquity." Actually, over the past 150 years, archaeology have found abundance of evidence showing that human beings like ourselves have existed for hundreds of millions of years. This evidence practically unknown to both science and members. Okay, it say on the public radically contradicts the picture of human origins that is present to us by Darwin modern followers who say that we evolved fairly recently within the past 100,000 years or so for some more ape-like ancestors. So the professor was correct. I was indeed asking my audience to consider something that goes against what all the conventional experts are saying. You know, I responded, it must have been quite interesting to have been Darwin in 1860 and hardly anyone accepted it. Even though I disagree with Darwinism, I have a lot of respect for the early ones because it might have taken a considerable amount of courage to stand up for Darwinism for the face of heavy opposition to disagreement for what was then scientific establishment. Then I added, I am especially surprised to hear such an such an objection from you, because Dutch scholars have and historical reputation, and now you are saying that we can only accept ideas that have already been endorsed by thousands of experts. At this point, since that who of the audience was against him, the professor bravely said, I can also stand up against thousands, and sat down. Okay, it's returned to Netherlands for another series of lecture to students and professors and archaeologists, anthropologists, and biologists at the universities of Amsterdam, London, Groningen, and Nijmegen. I can't pronounce that word. Sorry about that, y'all. Y'all already know how I get that. It said, among others, after the lecture, during question sessions, there was many kinds of reactions from my listeners. Sometimes they were shouting at me. Look, it says sometimes they sat in shock and silence, not knowing what to say or to think. Sometimes they ask deep questions about the nature of our knowledge of humankind in history. They say, yes, the audience were tough and unsympathetic and skeptical, but that is to be expected when you present theirs as radical as mine. Nevertheless, despite all of this, I did win some that the case I presented was interesting, well argued, and worthy of serious consideration for reaction mirrors that of the scientific world in general, where forbidden archaeology has attracted a great deal of attention. The book has been reviewed in most of the major journals, and anthropologists, archaeologists, and history of science. Not always unfavorable, I have always also had a chance to speak about the book in international conferences such as the World Archaeologists Congress held in New Delhi in 1994, the 20th International Congressional for History of Science held a lens in 1997. The World Archaeologists.
Hey, fam, what you reading from?
You want me to put it? Oh, let me read the rest of this. Hold up.
Okay.
It's a Congress. It's a held in Cape Town in 1999, and European Association of Archaeologists annually meeting held in Bournemouth, England in 1999. All right, so this article actually, when I'm reading, is from Forbidden Archaeology, Michael Cremo. It's a PDF, and it's basically a PDF and like an overview of like what he was saying that's in this book. All right, so I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it in the back side. But
No, you can just tell
I just
me the
wanted to
title.
read it. Tell you, I just told you the title.
What is it?
It's Forbidden Archaeology, Michael Cremo. It's a PDF.
Oh, okay. Okay, y'all hear that? So he's reading the book right there. Yeah. One thing a lot of people need to realize is too is when you like destroying somebody else's claim, that doesn't validate yours either. You know what I'm saying? So when people going around call themselves trying to debunk the Aboriginals or whatever, whatever case it may be, that doesn't validate their claim. That doesn't mean we come from monkeys. So at some point, you know, if you believe we come from monkeys, that's cool. You got the right to believe that, but don't try to make me believe it, or whatever you got to so-called debunk me. It still doesn't validate what you believe. You know what I'm saying? But that's something I want to talk about, because a lot of people put a lot of focus on trying to debunk instead of take your claim and taking it farther. Take your claim and, you know, and make it broader. And that's why I like A1, because A1 do that. He take his claim, and every time when he come on, you know, he got something new to further his claim. He got some more evidence, or he got something else that he's saying to further his claim. You know, but most people, they spend so much time trying to debunk a claim that they don't even really know how to defend their own, and they don't even spend time proving and making theirs further and further. And I'm pretty sure people did at some point in time, but at some point, a lot of people just stopped. They claim just came to a stop. So science ain't nothing new coming out no more. There's no new stuff coming out. So if ain't nothing new coming out, then I don't even know how to take that. I don't even know what to do. Like, I don't even really know what that means.
What you gotta do, Todd, is this, right? All right, what do we got? Okay, all right. Let me just put a couple different things out there. All right, so what do we got? We got Europeans telling you that you was basically, so now just we're gonna deal with a small point up. We ain't gonna deal with the overall trying to just deal with North America. So what are we told? We told that we was enslaved Europeans, right? But then when it comes down to it, you ask yourself, what European was enslaved by? Was it the French? French, if it was Spanish, if it was Portuguese, was it you speak? Oh wow, we speak English. Great. Okay, which is another what they call romantic Latin or whatever. We don't speak neither of the sort, but we can say that some of these words derive from Latin because some people believe that Latin was created in America. That's not my premise, so let's not even go there at this point in time. Let's just deal with the overall what we do. We know that Europeans from England came here, okay? We know that these same English people that we see today are responsible for bringing so-called millions of so-called Black Africans from West Africa to North America to do their bidding. Number one, when you start studying the history, you find out that this is a fucking lie because there's too much shit going on at one point in time. They warring with other tribes. They warring with one another. England is so-called warring with America. France is warring with America. And there's a lot of other different things that's going on.
So you're saying they get kind of
boom.
crowdy when we get kind of crowdy when you say they brought all them people over. That's when the numbers start like so.
That's what I'm telling you.
Right. The numbers start.
Look, look, listen. Right, let me go a little further. So look, that's like telling you got Bloods, the Crips, the Latin Kings, and let's say fucking skinheads. All right. So you got all four of these people enslaving people, right? What set do you bang? Are you set? You bang so-called, let's say, blood, whatever. Now I'm just putting this in general terms, all right? All right. So you bang blood because the blood's the people who basically brought you home or whatever. Yeah, exactly. So now you bought them. So because you believe that the Crips, the Latin Kings, and the so-called skinheads was enslaving people, and you think all these people are one. But we know that they not one, and we know that they all not unified, and they all don't have the same fucking belief system. So once you find out what was these Bloods' mission statement? Well, the Blood mission statement was to come to your house and take your house over. They really didn't care about they really didn't care about having no slaves. They just wanted basically the people there to be submissive to what they was trying to push. If you wasn't submissive and you fought back, then you was captured and you was forced to work for them, which, like I said, came in a lot of different ways through them breaking certain people. When they call you breaking a buck, that means that they was breaking the motherfucking Indian by killing that Indian in front of everybody. That made everybody else calm down because some people was scared, like, man, fuck that, I don't want that to happen to me, and so on and so on. Or by taking the kids and sending the kids out and keep on promising we're gonna bring your kid back once you this year. And the next year come, they still don't bring your kid back, and then eventually you never see a child again. And this is another tactic they was doing. They was also sending your ass from here to the Caribbean. All right, so this would make sense why they was enslaving people, why they was taking your ass from North America. But guess what else we get? We get the fact that they was bringing Africans to the Caribbean. So you was enslaving so-called Indians. Let's say these Indians at this point in time are Mongoloids. But even on all these plantations from the Connecticut or what we call Massachusetts till they so-called Aborigine or so-called,
Them all the Bloods did all that?
No, I'm just saying the European. I'm going back to the England. English.
Slicing them up in sections, and then you kind of.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to point perspective because when people think of, most of us talk about this diaspora shit, right? And the diaspora shit is fake. The diaspora means disperse. So the dispersion, when we talk about the diaspora, most people think it's because they went to Africa and dispersed certain people. Article dealing with Goree Island, and it shows you they went from saying that they enslaved that 20 million so-called African slaves came through Goree Island until they adjusted the number, and the number actually was 30,000. So you went from 20 million people to 30,000 just like this? And then at the same token, you telling me that the English only controlled Goree Island for 13 years, and that was from 1650 something to 1667 or around that time, and then from 1667, I might be off a year, or might be off by a decade, but the numbers are definitely in the 1600s, between 1650s and 1670s. So then you got the French that basically enslaved people. Well, no, I'm sorry. We got the French that took over that island from the 1660s until 1970. We printed. So what the French was enslaving us and selling us to the English? That's what you think? No, that ain't work neither. Okay? English going for snatching you up too. So which one was it? They was taking your ass from here to North America. I mean, from North America to Indies. Then they would trade them with already black people who they had in the West Indies or whatever, and send them here, and then put them on a plantation with Aborigine women. Because most of the women, what they was doing was keeping them in the house and letting them be the people that was sewing and the people that was doing all this. This is the reason why they always tell you these stories about how the white man was having sex with black women, right? They was not bringing no slave, no women here, man, like that, man. The women was the damn Aborigine women. You understand what I'm saying? So when they show you these slave stories, they telling you the truth. Because now I got you the globe. And like I said, it's so much other moving parts that go with this. It's the fact that, you know, now after doing the archaeology, we starting to find bones and people saying that these people look like Negroes. But then what they try to do is stretch the truth and say they was Australians. But you ask yourself here, pull up, Google a picture of an Australian person and tell me, have you ever seen 10 people on this landmass that look like an Australian? Just 10. Just show me 10 people here on this landmass that look like a fucking Australian. Find me 10 people. Since you saying that, okay, well, if the original Aborigine, and what they trying to say is because we call ourselves Aborigines, that the people here were Australian. No, the Aborigines was found in North America first. They didn't start calling the people Aborigines in Australia until the 1870s. Okay? They didn't start calling them, they was calling us Aborigines from 1500s, man. So you gotta pretty much understand that. But like I said, Google a picture of an Australian and you look. If you really want to get real fancy with it, Google Black Americans, and you tell me, do any of these Black Americans look like a fucking Australian? Any of them?
Yep.
Any of them? Because think of it like this, right? Think of this real quick. Let me say this one point, right? Even if you said that the white man mixed in with the Aborigine Australian, right? Australian people got their hair is a little bit more straighter than us, right? So by them mixing with the European, that would have made their hair much straighter, right? Why we all got nappy hair? Why, if we got Indian in us, why the fuck don't none of us got straight hair? Yeah, if you put oil and you straighten your hair out, yeah, your hair can get to a better texture, but none of us have features like these people. None of us had hair like these people, but yet you got everybody in your family telling you got Indian in you. So what the fuck did the Indian like? Because if I go back, you go back and look at your ancestry, none of them looked like Indians. So either we lying or the original Indian had to be a black man. There's so many different ways you can figure this shit out once you pretty much understand. You can take into account that they enslaved 6 million so-called Indians and put them all on the plantation, like I said, from Nova Scotia to the Caribbeans and everywhere, right? But yet they telling you in the same breath that they only brought 380,000 so-called Africans here to North America. Let's not, like I said, don't forget the Caribbean, forget Spain. I mean, forget all that for right now. Let's deal with North America, because you're going to find the truth out. Once you start understanding North America, then you're going to understand the Caribbean. But North America is a much bigger spot than anywhere in the Caribbean, okay? Now, not to mention South America, too. Brazil, look how big fucking Brazil is. If you go to Brazil, almost 200 million people. Out of 200 million, 140 of them identify as black. So 140 million people in Brazil identify as black. And it's probably more of them there than that.
Facts. Hey, bro, I want to add something to that real quick.
80 million or something like that. I heard of some big ass number.
Of what?
So-called black people in Brazil.
Bro, it's more than 80 million, bro. It's over 100. It's over 130 million black people in Brazil, bro.
Oh, we don't know what the number. Uncontacted people. Okay. Now, all right, uncontacted people are dark or chocolate people, right? We understand that when they talking about these skeletons look like or resemble, who else are they going to resemble? It was only melanated people or carbonated people or chocolate people or black people on the planet, man. This is too slow. And we understand that even Michael Cremo has hesitations and saying, even when we're talking about the Indian people, the people that he loved in India, the Aborigine people of India do not have straight hair. They're kinky. Kinky predates straight. Negroes predate everybody else. That's Arab people, that's Indian people that mix with the European British people that went there and started a caste system. Goddamn, the caste system is in science. That's how it's maintained through the scientific community. We're busting up the scientific community, even if we have to start our own fucking curriculums. Y'all understand this? This is how this working, man. I just suit that them. We're not trying to convince nobody. We're not even debating no more at this point. We're not playing with y'all. Watch y'all mouths, man. If y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about, man, please stand down. And I see too many dumb people saying dumb shit. Like if you believe that you were the first people on the planet, don't confine yourself to words like African and anything. We are the original. We're original. And you know that the original everywhere. We know we don't have a date. So stop. Why are we arguing about that? That's dumb. That's how they created all the dumb shit to make arguments. We're not even arguing with Cremo. We know who the fuck we are. Prove some aliens created this. You do that while we build. How about that, dumbass?
I mean, yeah. We ain't going to even. Let's not even entertain the fact about the aliens. Let's just stay here. Let's deal with where we came from first. Let's not deal with who the creator was. Let's not deal with whether or not you was on, whether or not Africa's. Let's just deal with where the fuck we came from here in North America. Let's deal with that first, and let's come to an understanding on that first. Like I said, even when you dealing with this, right? People don't migrate from, like, let's say for example, I live in a fucking mansion right now, right? So I live in a mansion that got 3 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, a dining room, a pool, and a pool in the basement, a pool in the backyard. I got 3, 4. I got about 10 acres to run around on. Why am I gonna leave my property here to go to a property of a lesser value according to what we've been told? So you got people, or these uncontacted so-called tribal people who all look like us. The people of Papua New Guinea are black people like Negro. The people of Solomon Islands, the people of Fiji, the people of Pacific Rim, the Pacific Island, the people of the Sinonese Islands. So all of these people just left Africa to go to so you left a place where you knew it was substantiated with food and herbs and all this beautiful shit. So you left it to go to an island in the middle of the damn barbarians, you stupid fucker. That's not happening. You're not getting mad unless you already did recognition or recon trips to go there to make sure that the water is fertile enough for X amount of people. That we got enough people, we got fish around the sea for X amount of people. Right. All these things have to be figured. But that's what you got to think about. People not just going to get up and migrate and go to a place where they uncertain about what the situation is going to be once they get there. It don't work that way. Yeah, but people don't work that way. And like I said, even though, so they find, so we been told, and everybody else should tell you, you got all these different people telling you. You got Michael Coe, and that's another person of interest. You need to check out, Chief, you get a chance. Michael Coe. You got Michael Coe. You got all of these explorers, Verrazano. You got De Soto. You got Columbus. All of these people are telling you that they found Negroes here. They not, because they not in the narrative. You don't see that when Columbus came here in 1492, right? He didn't bring no Africans with him. Some people say he brought black Europeans that was in the island, that was around Andalusia, or whatever you call Spain at that point. We know Spain ain't become Spain till after 1495 or 1494, around that area, right? All right, so basically you got to look at it from this perspective. So you had people already there when Columbus got there, because Columbus never said he brought nobody with him other than the people who was his navigators and everything. He tells you that he can take these people and get them to adapt European traditions as well as work for them. So if he don't good like that, why fuck he go somewhere and work? So what I think it was that when Columbus did that, when Columbus went back to Europe, the Portuguese found out what he was doing, because the Portuguese did not come here until after Columbus went back to Europe. So after Columbus went back to Europe, he told the Portuguese what he was doing. He told the Portuguese what he was doing. So when the Portuguese found out whiff of it, they was buttling up their bread. They was doing everything to get over here. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, when they got here, they did the same thing that Columbus did, because Columbus, when he went back, he took back people with him from here. And the same thing that the Portuguese did. When the Portuguese came to Brazil, they was having sex with these women. And they do that to this day. You know what I'm saying? So you got to really look at the history, first of all, in South and Central America. Then once you get to North America, you got the Europeans, the English coming here. The English just wanted the land. That's it. They wanted your land. They knew you niggas ain't gonna fight for your land. So the English wanted the land. And when they got access to the land, they started making treaties with other people who was on this land. And result to that, they was able to get people to work. Then they also, a lot of times when you see these images of these little Indians working, it's because with them to have someone work for them. You understand? So like I said, man, at the end of the day, there's a lot when it comes to this. Michael Cremo, shout out to Michael Cremo. Even when you are trying to deal with evolution, and you are trying to really, pretty much for the most part, find out, was we born here on slave ships or not? According to my theory, if they did bring Africans here, which I've doubted very seriously, some people said they could find traces of their grandfather being African or something, or it's just one African in their family. You need to print them records out and find that shit, because I don't believe you. I know that if it was already Negroes here in North America, and you Negroes from North America to the Caribbean and the West Indies, and then you was bringing some of these people back, then what the fuck you want me to believe? You want me to believe that you brought Africans there too in these same islands and brought them here? No, it doesn't make no sense. And then with that, you find out Goree Island supposed to have 20 million people come through there. Only in reality, they only had 30,000 people come through there. You know, it's a lot, man. It's a lot of stuff that just really messes the story. Then you find out that.
But why do they work so hard to believe those stories, though? Is what I need to know. Like at the end of the day, you got to have evidence for these fantastic stories, right? And like I said, you know, they don't have the evidence for it. But when we pull a bone out the ground, now we got to argue with everybody. I'm not about to do that. I'm not about to argue with y'all no more. We moving on. Like it makes no sense. Like for us to have a media conversation, I'm not getting on the bus with y'all. Like think about it. Like bro, like it's too much evidence. Like if we're presenting evidence, anybody's Cremo's present evidence. You present evidence. Cremo present evidence. Shout to Con Drop. Anybody presents evidence, right? It's up to the scientific or the scholastic community to either respect it or check it. I don't understand why this is a problem. Like, I welcome any conversation that can take this conversation into a intellectual realm. Let's have it. But we can't have it with people still talking about elbows. Come on, guys. Like, come on. Like, we have to move to the next level, y'all, because it's no way for us to keep having the same conversations. So that's why we're moving on, y'all. Think about that.
Right, these guys is just slow, man. If you got, first of all, wasn't supposed to be no black people here prior to 1492. There's supposed to be no black people here. I don't want to hear, there might have been 1 or 2 people, and then the people that they show you, these are not Africans. Of course, we saying we not Africans. Because most of these niggas in our squad and these other squads and most of these other people, like the debate I was involved in last week, I showed them 3 different articles. And none of them could refute the article. They couldn't get past the first one. They damn sure couldn't get past the second one. And they couldn't pass the third one. And each opportunity that they had, they used diversion tactics to where they try to make me seem like I didn't know what the fuck I was reading or what the fuck I wasn't comprehending properly. No, I was comprehending very properly. It's just that these so-called these great scholars didn't know what the fuck they was talking about. They didn't know what the fuck they was talking about. Then they using the hearsay of another scientist that basically went once we took a sample of what the scientist had or whatever, we found out that he got pretty much the scientists got the same shit. All these scientists have the same information, man. And then they presenting, like I said, it like look, just don't be worried about the information that you know so much about. Be worried about the information that's not consistent with the shit that you've been telling. You understand what I'm saying? Then you gotta start having. Now you can start having suspicions that what you being told is not proper. And a regular person like you and me, who's not an archaeologist, anthropologist, or you know what I'm saying, or just a scientist, period, they are not in no position to be refuting something that a scientist who has his whole life ahead of him, his whole career, and everything in his life is related to this research that he done. Because despite the fact that he was able to do some research, it took a long time to come up or even have the guts or even had the courage for him to say, oh, that Michael Cremo case, there was human beings here for hundreds of thousands, no, I'm talking about for hundreds of millions of years. Now they talking about you about a damn Lucy that was created around 3 million. And like I said, these people don't look nothing like us, man. And just because a person have dark melanated skin, don't make you an African. No, it just doesn't make you an African. You know what I'm saying? We don't look nothing like them. Some people look like us.
Right. That's political. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta kind of understand a lot of these people coming in a political paradigm. And so we not coming in a political paradigm. We coming in the paradigm of possibilities. We come into a paradigm of power. And so they don't really understand that, because for example, when you look at all the information that science knows in the universe, they only know a small percent. So they don't even know 50% of everything in the world. So they only know a small percent. And so science is going. It never has a real cap on it. When you're dealing, it never has a cap on it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why when you're dealing with that type of stuff, you always dealing with realms of a possibility. So is it possible that something, Naya could have come from some other way or some other? Sure, but adding more possibilities onto possibilities don't make it. Don't you know what I'm saying? Don't mean your possibility oversees or supersedes somebody else's. You see what I'm saying? So like when you was, you know what I'm saying, like when you was debating the Germans, what they was trying to do is they was trying to implement another possibility. You see what I'm saying? But they was claiming the possibility as if, no, my possibility supersedes your possibility because I have some more knowledge than you. But it doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying? A possibility is a possibility is a possibility. It don't matter if you got 99 facts on yours and I got 4. Well, mine's still a possibility and yours still is too. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day. But the thing is that when it comes to melanated people, anytime that they, anytime that they admit that they was dealing with, anytime that they admit that they was dealing with melanated people, this is where they claim fall short, because they don't understand what governs all of us melanated people and what makes us, unique from everybody else. What they try to do is they try to make the melanated people political, and they say, well, those melanated people, those Africans, and those are not, and this is this. They try to separate them politically, but there's one thing that governs us all is our relationship with the sun and our relationship with each other, and no DNA pattern or no landmass is going to divide that. So whether it was a melanated person on any continent, we still going to be governed by that sun. We still going to have the same relationship to the sun. So no matter what DNA ever says, it's not going to attack that. It's not going to hurt that. It's not going to be able to supersede that. You see what I'm saying? So whatever bone you want to claim or whatever skull you want to claim, if it was a melanated person, if they had the same relationship that we have and governed by the same things we're governing, we have every right to claim that. We got every right to say that's us. We got every right to say those are our people. No matter what politics or what, landmass or what cute name you want to call them, we got every right to say that's my brother, that's my sister. And we still do right this day. Right this day, if we go down the street and we see some melanated Asians or something, we be like, what up, bro? And we see some melanated Polynesians, and we be like, what up, bro? Because we know that they share the same relationship in society and the same relationship under the sun. And that's all.
Yeah, I'm still here. My bad, man. I was dozing off a little. I'm sorry, I'm long day, y'all. But yeah, man. I mean, it's a lot when it comes to it. I just invite anybody. If you don't have a book, Forbidden Archaeology, go get it. And like I said, let's deal with the fact. Don't deal with the Anunnaki. Don't deal with giants. Don't deal with nothing. Just deal with the fact that he was saying that it was humans in the Americas for hundreds of million years. When, like you said, the oldest remnants you get of human existence is 3 to 100,000 years. It was humans that was walking on this planet. Then you start breaking it down to tools. How old are the tools? And then it's a lot of other things that come into play. To understand, bro, if a person who's been doing this all their life, I don't see no reason why he should be trying to deceive us by going against what most archaeologists and anthropologists already thinks. But when you read a lot, he clearly tell you that he got other archaeologists who's he is reading. They telling him the story and a lot of the different things that he put in his book is come from another legit on where they found. And like I said, he had to break down and do the research and see how far these places go, where like how the rock or how far was the rock in the ground. You know what I'm saying? There's just so many different things that he talks about in this book. And a lot of them are basically about the earliest human existence. Well, if there was men here for 100 million years, why should anybody be fucking mad? If it was black in the Americas already, why is anybody sitting here and debating against that and being mad? And all they doing is just trying to get us to agree with what we already been told. And like you said, most of us came from a Pan-African or the whole African mind state. Okay, like I said, I didn't care. I could have stayed being fucking African, you know what I'm saying, or being an African, but I'm not an African. That's the whole reason for the change. The whole reason for the change is to claim what you really are. Stop living your life as a lie. If your people told you were from the Americas, then you need to substantiate that. Okay, but like I said, for the most part, you got brothers out here like me, you got Chief, you got a bunch of other brothers who doing the research at this point in time, who's telling you what's right and exact. Only thing you gotta do is read the research and don't be biased towards it, okay? I mean, like I said, I wouldn't be biased toward if pyramids in Africa was older than the pyramids than here in America, then I wouldn't say nothing. But the dates are off. And then you got people even telling you that at the same time when Super was standing, the Egyptian pyramids was built 100 to 200 to 300 years later after that. Why would somebody go out there and tell you that? Why would Michael Cremo and other archaeologists tell you? And real quick, before I get out of here, I just want to read, like I was going to read before. Now, hold up. Give me a second. Let me read this real quick. Let me read this real quick before I get out of here, yo. I'm tired as fuck. All right, give me a second. Let me find exactly what I was looking for.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, hold up.
A list of Jesuits. Keep us safe.
All right, here we go right here, y'all. I'm ready, y'all. Look. All right, so this is a
U.S. Central and Southern Province Friday. Worked at Regis High School, once located in Denver.
Good. They're not even in this lane.
There's a lot of shit in the background, Chief. There's a lot of stuff in the back. All right.
However,
all right, we good now? Let me see something real quick before we go in. Todd Data, where you at? You're
Tank top passed out. Well, top data.
No.
I think that's out on.
all right, but real quick, I just want to touch on this real quick. All right, so Huey Yalako. All right, so this is Huey Yalako. They say the artifact was found in the bottom layer of the trenches. Of course, the archaeologists wanted to know how old the objects were. So the archaeologists want to know how old something is. They call in some geologists because the geologists will be able to tell them. The layer of rock in which you found these objects is so 1,000 years old. Among the geologists who came to date this site was Virginia Steen McIntyre, using 4 of the latest geologist dating methods. She and her colleagues from the United States Geological Survey that the artifact bearing layer was 300,000 years old. When this information was presented to the chief archaeologist said it's impossible. According to standard views, there was no human beings in existence 300,000 years ago anywhere in the world, not to speak in North America. Not to speak in North America. Okay, so they telling you that it was supposed to be human beings here before any human beings existed. Now check this shit out. All right, so it says, it says the current doctrine is that humans did not enter the Americas any earlier than 30,000 years ago. So what happened? Archaeologists refused to publish the data 300,000 years, instead published an age of 20,000 years for the site. And where did they get the date? It came from a carbon dating 14 date on a piece of shell found 5 kilometers from the place where the where the artifacts was found. So they said they got it from a shell. Now check this out. check this out. All right, so
Where you reading that? Where you?
it said,
I'm just getting back. Where you reading that?
the same. I was reading that before, bro. How you doing a live stream and you ain't on point, man?
Yeah, I've been coming and going, man. I just put the kids to sleep, so I'm here now. We finna go in. I'm ready to go in.
Man, I'm about to go out. I'm about to take it down, but look,
Good. Go ahead.
check it out. I'm reading from the same place I was reading. Like I said, I'll give you the article if I want to check it out. So all right, so boom. All right, so they saying that this was an arrowhead, a spear point. All right. Now check this out. Look, check this out. Look, let me go ahead. Let me read. Let me go back to the top of this. All right. So it say, you see what the problem was for him. He was claiming to have the oldest human ancestors, but there is evidence from elsewhere in Africa that human beings like us was walking around the exact same time. It says, so how did you hear my answer? No, my question, the question, my answer, whatever. He said that it was Australopithecus who made the Latala footprints, but he was walking with his big toes pressed close into the side of the foot. It say, and with his other toe curled under. Not find that to be a very satisfactory explanation. Scientists who find things that should not be found sometimes suffer from it professionally. One such scientist, now this is going back to what we talked about, Dr. Virginia Steen McIntyre. It's an American geologist whom I know personally. In the early 1970s, some American archaeologists discovered stone tools and weapons at a place called Huillaco in Mexico. They included arrowheads and spear points. According to archaeologists, such weapons are made and used by only human like us, not ape men. Okay, so it's telling you. Now let me read some more of this real quick before I get up out of it. All right, so look, it say all of her opportunity for advancement in the United States Geology Survey was blocked. She became so disgusted that she went to live in a small town in Rock Mountain, Colorado, and remained silent for 10 years until I found out about her case and wrote about it in Forbidden Archaeologists, giving her work some attention it deserved, partly because of this. The Huillaco site is now being studied by more open-minded archaeologists, and hopefully before too long, her original conclusion about the age of the site will be reconfirmed. It say that the anatomically modern human skull was found by the Italian geologist Giuseppe Ragazzani. It say at the Castanedala near Brescia, northern Italy. It say in the late 19th century. So let's talk about something else or whatever. But yeah, pretty much, man. That's what they telling you. So they telling you they found weapons that was found in the Americas that go back over 300,000 years, when they telling you at that point in time it wasn't supposed to be no human beings creating such objects. Now, I can go down and you're gonna hear more stuff, but this is just one particular find that he found from the Dr. Virginia Steen McIntyre. So if you want to look it up, her name Virginia Steen McIntyre. All right. So, like I said, man, it's a lot of interesting stuff in Forbidden Archaeology. You got to get the book, and you, like I said, you get the book. it comes this old Darwinism and all the other stuff in which they talk about. I said for the most part, only thing you're gonna pretty much be able to do with this is just use your mind and come up to your own conclusion. And whether or not other people buy into it's a whole other thing. But just know people supposed to be experts who are stating experts that's stating it. These are not just regular people that's playing Madden or just reading for a little. These are people who put their whole lives in it. This is people who be at these sites who stay there for weeks and days, sleeping outside in the cold, just to find one fucking stone head or one thing that's gonna prove real talk, bro. Just imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine that. Just imagine you camped out some motherfucking where for 3 months, man, just to find one piece. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then you find this one piece. You ain't find this shit on soil because the way that they got the soil, they got it locked. I mean, they got it like layered. You know what I'm saying? Certain amount of years covered this part. Then certain amount of years covered this part. This certain amount of 1,000 years covered this part. So once you start finding stuff like that, excuse me, y'all, by expert, and they finding this information and they trying to bring this shit to the forefront, but then you got chief archaeologists like the one that Virginia Steen McIntyre ran across, that's pretty much telling you, nah, man, we need to cover this up, man. Nah, this shit is 20,000 years old. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And research like that never gets out. That shit gotta be killing people because, like I said, these people laying up mountains or laying up somewhere, fight. Life is longer than 100,000 of year range. Okay? About Lucy was supposed to exist in around 3 million, about around 3 million BC or around sometime like that. Like she's supposed to be about 3 million years ago or whatever. But that still is not that old because he claimed he found stuff that's hundreds of million years old of human existence. Okay. Now, like I say, even when you start dealing with the evolution theory, if you found Lucy, you found that one hominid, where's the rest of them to go with her? Why they not finding no more hominids that look like Lucy? Since if she was the earliest person on the planet,
where they found her at?
They found her somewhere in Africa, somewhere.
Like what country? What city?
I can't, man. Google it, man. You got a smartphone, man. I don't know exactly where they found it exactly from. I'm just telling you that they found her in Africa somewhere, and people stand on this shit. And this is the source that people use to debate you, to try to make you look naive and foolish or whatever. And then, like I said, that's all speculation, bro.
Yep.
Ain't no motherfucker come from no damn monkey. You ain't evolved from no damn monkey.
Well, again, though. Yeah, but okay, so let's do lines. Okay, at the end of the day, you whatever you use to date anything that you dated, anything that you use, right? You have to say that whatever method that they're using, from radiocarbon dating to the geology and going down the layers and sediment and things of that nature or whatever. However they're dating it, right? They're dating it. And so it was something interesting that Cremo said that, right? You have geologists, right? That go dig deep and they find it and they date the finds and they have humans or activities of evidence of human activity there, right? During these older times than they already attempt to. And then they'll say, well, no, I'm saying, so we got, so you got to understand, it's the Smithsonian and all the different organizations, they're hiding it. They don't want this information to get out. So, saying, you know what I mean? Like, okay, like we're gonna go off a theory, because at the end of the day, that's still a theory. Where's the evidence? And there's very, very little evidence. And then you start finding out all the things that they're doing, hoaxes and things that they're doing to trick you, even with that. So I'm saying, like, come on, bro. Like, what is it? Is this real? Like, if you have a 7 million-year-old fossil, right? Then you have to. Then it's safe to say that you can have a 700 million-year-old fossil. It's just safe to say, because the same people are doing the dating. We have to say that these are the same people doing the dating.
Right.
So,
and if one of them's lying, they all lying.
Cremo is presenting evidence that they're not refuting. I'll hear a bunch of crying. I've never hear refuting, like, okay, well, here, right here, this is impossible because of this right here. This scientific fact that they can discredit what he's saying. And then he's been saying it since Black White. For me, that's incredible.
Yeah, he should have been debunked a long time ago.
I've been called, man. Y'all should knock old boy off a long time ago.
Yeah, somebody should have knocked his ass out or something. Or yeah.
Hey, when y'all gonna do it?
But when you listen to him talk, he don't, you know what I'm saying? He just give the evidence. He don't really try to make no hardcore claims like this is true and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He just like, hey, the evidence shows, supports, you know. But fuck it, let's go in, man. You want to go in?
What you mean? Oh, okay, so check it out, right? So you got people that will literally go to a museum and they believe in dinosaurs, right? They believe in a lot of things, right? It's a lot of beliefs that go on that I think the belief systems overwhelm well, no matter what the evidence is, people are still saying, even after all the evidence that's been presented, right? Everything, all the evidence throughout the years, and everybody still have doubts. Like, that's crazy to me. So that's why I said that we have to be in another mind frame, that we're not, this is not even for question no more. Like, who's ever, this is crazy. Now we're going to the next level.
What up? We got Carlene, in the building. We got Sword of Truth in the building. Laney Lawrence out there. We got, is that Nut Rob in there? Nut Rob in there. Laney 5813 in the building.
Lady, peace.
Is that?
Lady.
Oh yeah.
Peace to the chat. Peace
Kalane
to the chat,
McLean
man.
up in there. Yeah, I just want to say shout out to the chat. We're about to go in, man. We're about to, Mimi Dow in there. What's up? What's up? Yeah, we're about to go in, y'all.
And listen, the people that's in the chat, real quick, because I'm about to get up out of here though. But like I said, Chief, do it tomorrow. I'll come with some more information though. But just the people in the chat that always be in on these conversations and everything, please be taking notes, man, because it's obviously that you in here to listen to this, to basically prove what you've been already thinking. But just understand, when you explain this shit to people, you might explain this to your kid. Your kid might went to school and been indoctrinated that she is the African American, and you might need to really prove this to them or whatever, so that they can stop saying that, so they can go down there and get not registered, but at least you know what I'm saying, a status change. They change their status from being a African, meaning somebody from Africa, or being an Aborigine, meaning first inhabitant of the world of America. So like I said, man, at the end of the day, man, it's imperative that if you listening to this information, that you are acting on it. At least you are doing your research. At least you are, you know what I'm saying, you know, you trying to add to this, man, because we need a lot of people who do research. We need a lot of brothers and sisters to help us, man, because it's like it's so many people out here who don't understand. And like I said, even if you can do the experiment, if you want, you can go when you go in your shopping center, ask them what tribe the family tell you. Now, some people going to tell you, oh, well, my people came from this tribe. The other people, you're going to have to really persuade them, or use sophisticated word like, yo, what? where you got people from? They don't tell you where their people was from. You understand? So, like I said, man, that being said, man, I got to get out of here. I'm dozing off, Chief. I'm tired as hell, man.
Nah, man, appreciate you, bro. And all of that, man. So, salute. Like I said, man, this is saying all the hard work that you put in, man. You know, a lot of times the researchers don't get the shine, man. So shout out to you. Like I said, I still stand on it, man. You still in the top 5 dead or alive, man. So they're gonna have to respect that or check it. How about that? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. So like I said, we appreciate you, man. Anytime, man. We definitely appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all having me, man. I appreciate y'all having me. Shout out to the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Having you,
support.
Man, you live here too, man. You at home, man. What you talking about? No.
I'm saying, but still, if somebody invites you to their house,
yeah, I know.
You still appreciate that. For them, every time, even if you leave the door open for me, I'm still going to tell you, I appreciate y'all having me, man. Because like I said, at the end of the day, it is what it is, man. We got to definitely respect each other when it comes to this research, when it comes to this information, when it comes to other brothers, man. Never want to be cocky. And like I said, man, support Culture Freedom, hate Coaches of America. You know, like I said, my I haven't been putting in my other video, but you go back to some of my other video, the link is in the description for my PayPal account, as well as my t-shirt spring account. If you like to cop yourself some Aboriginal apparel, go to my t-shirt spring account. And, you know, like I said, man, go and be modest, man. If you can't afford it, then cop yourself something. If you can't afford it, then make sure you take care of your family and try to do best beyond your family, man. So with that being said, Brother Chief Holiday, Todd Data, Todd this one, and I'm out of here, man. I'm tired. Fuck y'all. Peace.
Facts, I talk facts, nigga. I talk facts, nigga. Facts. I talk facts, nigga. PB. I just wanna get to the money. Facts. Ain't nothing they take from me. Facts. Half these niggas look bummy. Facts. Car side call 200. Facts. Nigga, yo bitch got a lot of mileage. Facts. Half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. I said half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. All I wanna do is see profit. And they spin to the money in a sprinter. Fact. Damn Woodwheel gave me a splinter. Fact. All I do is get head at my temple. Fact. She going live on the Jimmy, I ain't Kimmel. I used to ride around the city with a demo. Facts. Now I'm in your city in a limo. Facts. J's on like a Leno. Dressed up like I'm the only one that got the memo. Facts. Niggas always talk, then act different. This my biopic, I ain't gotta act in it. Louboutin bag got a couple stacks in it. Red 11, red bottom, just to accent it. All a young nigga do is talk fly shit. If I was a car, I'd be a hybrid. Plain day and your girl on my cockpit. Told her I'm straight, dolo, no sidekick. Yeah. I just wanna get to the money. Facts. Ain't nothing they take shit from me. Facts. Half these niggas look bummy. Facts. Car side call 200. Facts. Nigga, yo bitch got a lot of mileage. Facts. Half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. I said half these niggas ain't solid. Facts. All I wanna do is see profit. Facts. Nigga, I ain't did shit but keep it real with you. Facts. Everything kosher, I ain't gotta deal with you. Facts. Crazy, you gotta erase to see the real picture. Facts. Shit cool now, but I ain't tryna chill with you. Facts. I used to ride around the city with a truck of niggas. Facts. Now I'm in your city with a couple niggas. Facts. I used to ride with a truck of niggas. Now I'm with a couple niggas crazy. Money will show you who really with you.
Facts. Shout out to PB, proud of Arkansas, man. Yeah, be on the lookout for him, man. So, yeah, man, you know, that was a Thompson's one. You know what I'm saying? Go check his channel out if you haven't already. That's a Thompson's one. You got a Thompson's one news over there too. Yeah, man, that brother been building for a minute, man. So shout out to him. So like I said, man, you know, it's about bringing the information, and it's up to us as researchers, as scientists, as scholars, you know, whatever you call yourself, right? It's to do your research and research the research. You know what I'm saying? So where did he get his information? So when they start naming geologists and certain people, like the dude in 1855, I can't think his name right now, yeah. But you know, you go back, take notes, do whatever, you know what I'm saying, and do more research on, you know, that talk on some of these things. So we need to find them. So yeah, man, shout out to the tribe, man. So man, some questions.
Yeah, yeah, I guess I can go in for a second. I about about the politics, in our society. We would like to believe that we live in a science-based society where science rules all and science governs all, but that's not the case. So any scientific anything, is always going to be a little wishy-washy. But some people like to play that, with politics. you know for example, who you think got more power in society, the top physicist or the Pope? What do you think? um I'm gonna say the Pope got more power than any physicist or top physicist in this world. And so that's the type of world we living in. So who you think got more power? A rich banker or one of the most well refined anthropologists? You see, so our society is not scientific based, it's not science based. So anytime you try to come with straight pure science in our society, is gonna be looked at not at a head on direction. you know and that goes from both sides, all claims. It's going to be looked at a weird angle because we don't have a science-based society. Our society is more religious, more classism, racism, and even tribal and things like that. And then I don't really know where scientific and science even fit in all that, because I never really gave it a hardcore thought. But obviously scientists have some power, but at the end of the day, scientists need to stay in their place too. They need to get down and lay down too. They need to do as they told as well. And as long as we live in a society where we know for a fact that some of them scientists need to get down and lay down and they need to do as they told, we know no matter what information or what claims that come out, we know ain't none of this shit is going to be 100%. And so, when you arguing with people over a political paradigm and you trying to be scientific and they trying to be political, it's never going to match up. You see, it's never going to match up, because when some people make scientists politically and some people make scientists religiously, and some people just take science as, man, it's just science, man. That's a theory, man. It's not 100% real, man. It's science. This shit can change in 5 years. You see what I'm saying? And so I see a lot of us taking science as science. So that means we can make our claims and we can make our statements, but at the same time, we got to listen to yours, and we got to respect yours. But when you come in political, like, oh man, my DNA says this, dude, that's something political, because in the scientific world, that DNA shit is laughed at. It has some some speculation, some computerized guesses, and it gives you something. But in the real scientific world, that shit is laughed at. Ain't nobody's finna You know, it don't hold no hardcore weight. But guess what? In the political arena, that DNA shit, it holds a lot of weight because it tells you what you get to represent politically, what category you fall in humanity, what society's going. You even have politicians using it. You know what I'm saying? I remember seeing a story about Donald Trump and the lady, the lady, he called Pocahontas, whatever. They got into it playing with it, you know. But after listen to some of the scientists, reading, and even talking, all that shit is more stronger political. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I believe it's hard to get the point across, but because many of us are very political people and we care more about our politics than anything, you know. And so when you're dealing with science is not supposed to be a political weapon. It's not supposed to be let's shut down the Abos weapon. It's not supposed to be, let's go attack the Hebrews with it. Science is ongoing. It keeps going on and going. They don't know all information in the universe. They don't even know 1% of the information in the universe. They ain't even cracked it for yet. Bullshit. Let's stop playing. Who the hell they think we is? Who the hell we think we is? Let's stop playing. They don't know shit. And the shit that they do know, the shit is governed. The shit is governed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, but Michael Cremo ain't the only one that talk like this, and says, and share his story and his life experiences and his friends' experiences. And sure, you can say, oh, that's one case. That's not enough evidence. And I can support that. But that's still not gonna change my mind. You know what I'm saying? I can respect that. You say, man, Michael Cremo is 1 out of thousands. That ain't no. You know what I'm saying? He's a needle in the haystack. Okay, cool. I can give you that. You got a good point. And so what that mean? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, but like I say, man, we live in a a world where science is not king. Science is not king here. Science does not rule the land. And we gotta make sure we understand that. And it's very important that we understand that. Michael Cremo or not, scientist does not rule. Any top banker, rich banker, got more power than any scientist on this planet. The Pope got more power than any scientist, physicist, archaeologist, or whatever the hell you want to call it on the planet. So you go ahead and believe, you know what I'm saying? If you want to believe you came from a monkey, you got every right to. If you want to respect that as science and say, yes, there's evidence to support that, and that's a theory, that's more scientific. You see what I'm saying? That's what scientists do. Scientists don't make hardcore claims like, nigga, this 100%. Nigga, you come from a monkey, nigga, or you're an agent. Like, which one are you? Nigga, you came from a monkey or you're an agent? Which one are you? Nut rye out there. Are you come from a monkey or you're an agent? You got two choices. You see what I'm saying? No, it don't work like that. Science does not work like that. It's ongoing. Curry Bay said both. Curry Bay. What up, Curry Bay in the building? What up? He said both. Right, that's your choices you got. So that's the choices you got, and you heard this. You can hear the sign. The anthropologist or whatever label he got. You can hear how he talk. He ain't making no claims. Everything he say got an open ass possibility to. They talk possibilities. Talk a lot of possibilities. And this is how they keep their title. And this is how, this is one thing I noticed about a lot of people who, who had a lot of schooling. They don't like to answer direct questions. They always keep open possibilities and shit. But when you dealing with a politician, and when you dealing with politics, and when you dealing with these political people, you can't do that. You see what I'm saying? You can't go around talking like a scientist and be a fucking politician. You know what I'm saying? If you dealing with the people and you dealing with the public and you get in the trust of the people, man, you need to talk direct. You need to be straight up 100. This is this is that. But a lot of the times they switch on and off. They switch on and off. When it comes to Lucy, they'll say, oh yeah, this is fact, this is real, this is right. But then when you get to answer questions, now ain't no facts. Everything gets open-ended as hell. Oh yeah, it was possible we did, and there's evidence that shows, and it could happen as what if. Like, oh yeah, what happened to all that bold ass talking? What happened to all that bold ass talking? In the beginning. But it's ongoing, man. It's ongoing. And so at the end of the day, you believe what you believe. And you believe what you believe. Ain't nobody trying to convince you. Ain't nobody trying to convince you that you're aboriginal. Ain't nobody trying to convince you. You know what you is. But when it comes to the outer Africa theory, it's a theory. That's the bottom line. It is a theory. And any scientist will tell you it's a theory. None of these dudes ain't no scientists because they wouldn't be trying to settle like that. And if they was a scientist, they know scientists needs to be put in a motherfucking place in this society. The Pope would be here, all these motherfucking scientists right now, and won't go to jail. You see what I'm saying? And get away with it. Like, them motherfuckers ain't got no hardcore way. We don't live in a society where scientists governs and scientists and rules. That's important, man. And we push because I know some of these religious leaders is way more powerful. Some of these presidents and some of these rich, wealthy guys is way more powerful than any scientist. Because even if a scientist did find something, they can still, man, they can make, oh man, this dude's a nutbag. They say, oh, this dude's a nutbag. He's a weirdo. Without never even attacking one of his claims with an additional claim. But they attack it with other possibilities. So what they do is they surround it with other possibilities to make you doubt the possibility. So we say, okay, yeah, we believe we came from America. That's evidence that shows it. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit you with 9 different possibilities, and now your possibility is gonna drown. So, well, there's a possibility that giants could have did it. There's a possibility that aliens could have did it. There was a possibility that giants could have did it. Possibilities that, and there was a possibility that you just kind of, one of these little animals got struck by lightning and it got enlightened and started fighting. It started, growing and shit. I mean, we can come up with all types of shit. And so now I just gave you a whole bunch of possibilities to, you know what I'm saying? And now your possibilities sound just like
Possibility.
no, I'm saying that's what
If
they
we're
try to do. That's what they try to do. Is it's
yeah, no, I got you, but we're not coming back with possibilities back.
you're breaking up. You're breaking up. The problem is that we want them to look, your shit is wrong. The math is wrong. The dates is wrong.
We're not gonna talk.
You're breaking up.
Go okay, 1,000 years, right? This is
Huh? You're breaking up. You break up.
we ain't gotta say none of that. Fuck them. We saying that oh, okay. You got right, and if we plan with the time, dates, or whatever, right? Millions. At the end of the day, this is people didn't exist. So we talk about, let's just say, mestizos, for instance. Mestizos didn't exist 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. That's just what it is. We don't have to argue about that. We don't have to hem-ha. That's just, is this a fact?
See,
yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, but see, but now you going science. But now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit you with political. You see what I'm saying? I'm finna hit you with the political angle. So you gonna keep your science angle. You see what I'm saying? Because you're speaking scientific. But if I want to hit you political, I can be like, well, how do you know? Can you prove it? And those humans are not lineage. You know what I'm saying? So I can so that's what it is. It's always going to be a political angle. So every scientific claim you have, there's going to be a political angle to that scientific claim or the scientific evidence. So
well, that's what we're saying. This is a source of that in the last 400-500 years, or not even say that. Let's just say the last 100 years. Let's think about it. They're lying about the other history.
Right, but see, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to hit you with more science, though. You see what I'm saying? So you coming with science, I'm coming political. So I'm not going to hit you science for science. Because now if I want to hit you with science, then what I need to do is I need to out-science you. So if you're going to make that claim, now what I need to do is I need to come up with some scientific way or some scientific methods to deny your claim. But I can't do that. So I'm going to hit you with some political shit. You see what I'm saying? That's how it's done. That's how the whole argument, you know what I'm saying? That's how you can argue somebody, because when you're dealing with a political paradigm, everything is always like there's never nothing to say. Like you're never going to be able to stump me. Like, cause you see what I'm saying? I can, I'm always going to have a comeback no matter what you say, whether it's scientific, whether it's right there in front of my face. And we played 3-card Monte and I just picked the penny or whatever the hell. If I want to go in a political paradigm, I'm always going to have shit to say. There's no way to shut a political motherfucker up. There's no way to out-science somebody that's political. And if you want to get political with political, you see what I'm saying? If you want to get political, man, that's a motherfucking 1,000-year, a billion-year nonstop as argument right there.
Hold on, though, Ty. Listen, though, bro. I don't even know how to have a conversation.
That's what they've been doing to you. That's what they've been doing to you the whole time. That's why don't nobody when they say Dan Calloway and Chief Holiday and them, don't nobody need to hit you with no science because they just hit you with some political shit. That's how you became a Russian agent. Ain't you a Russian agent? Ain't you RGB, man? Or BGR, whatever the hell they call it. Like they just hit you with some political shit, man. That's all. it ain't gonna stop your claim, but it would definitely damp your character or make people question you, or if the shit will make sense. And some people are very political. So if I'm very political and I hear somebody talking very political against Chief Holiday, who you think I'm voting for? I'm voting for the political candidate. But if I'm scientific and I want to see some science and some evidence, some skulls and some dates and some names and some numbers, and that's what you talking, man, I'm not trying to hear that political bullshit, man. Get that shit out of here. Nobody trying to hear that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying though, no.
You going in and out. You going in and out. You're going in and out, Chief.
Shit. Hold on.
Chief. There you go.
Scott Beason said Aborigines, right? He didn't say, hey, you African Americans, you guys are the Aborigines, right? He didn't say none of that. He just said Aborigines, right? Now, he could have just been talking about anybody, but the fact that they were like, oh, you African Americans, you guys, he has to apologize and all this other shit. It goes back to being politically dumb, and people follow political dummies, which makes you dumb.
Yep.
So if you got a dummy in talking about dumb shit, and you following a dummy that's talking about dumb shit, I don't know what else to say. That's on you. I think that's kind of simple, yo.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. But yeah, it's all about, but the thing is that we live in a political society. You see what I'm saying? We don't live in a society where science rules. And so I don't know how the hell we become scientific. Like, I don't know. Ain't shit scientific. Ain't nothing scientific about me.
Everything is science, man. Us being on this phone right now, doing what we're doing, sharing videos and talking people like on the chat room, just science, bro.
But it's governed. But the science is governed. It's regulated. It's
right. So are filing fucking skulls, and don't say resembling Africans. These are Negro skulls, because there's only Negroes on the planet thousands of years ago. Come on, y'all. Like, stop. We can't be so goddamn gullible. And for white scientists to hold back on that type of information, for Cremo to continually to tap dance around that, I think that's weird to me. And I have to call them on that. They're doing the same shit that they're accusing the people that's censoring them out the shit. How about that? Fuck you mean? Think about it. Y'all saying the same shit. If you are debunking evolution, right? What the hell is you talking about? Denisovans and Neanderthals and hominids. If you're talking about a hominid, right? Then that's a part. Like, anybody that's talking about that, like, okay, well, that's not true. It's fake. That's not. It ain't even a stance. It's like, yo, I'm only operating off of facts, yo. Not scientific theories or none of that. I'm just going off the fact. Until you can find me a monkey bone, a half ape, half man, people, blah blah, whatever you got going on with that, right? Until you can find that, right? The missing link. That's what that's called. They act like they found the missing link, though. Here it is. He's driving the short bus, y'all. Come on. No. You can't be. You're not gonna pull a short bus one over on us.
Well, see, the thing is that what do you mean by a missing link? Like, there's only one.
No, listen.
Shouldn't
the
there be a
missing
whole
link
race
is
of
what
them?
you're talking about right here.
Right. But I'm just saying, but shouldn't there be a whole race of them? Not like one and shit.
No, find one though. If you can find one, then that'll be something different. So they're talking crazy, but once again, people are trying to put themselves into a historical time frame. And if Cremo understood this, he should understand that he's messing it up for them, but trying to, let's just say, continue their political and social. Well, it goes from science to social, y'all. Social. Oh, yeah, it was a monkey. So blah blah blah. All this dumb shit, and this turns into to political, which turns into economical. I mean, yo, I don't know what more we need to say. This is all interconnected. It's not like it's not connected. It is absolutely connected.
Yeah.
They've been and it ain't like they just found this out. Everybody knows this. It's ridiculous.
Right. See, like how you remember how he said. I mean, the lady asked him in the interview. She said, "Why do you think? What did they get out of lying? Like what did they get out of it?" And he was like, "Power. You know, they get power, and also,
I just told you.
Power. But see, political
power,
people can't see that though. See, they can't see that because remember, they political, so they can't see what's the power into lying and shit. They believe that, you know, they don't see that this theory is the only explanation they have to explain where they from. They can't see that. So they thinking like what power? Like it's dumb. You know what I'm saying? But they don't understand. Okay, if you take away this theory, what are they going to use to explain their origins? So
peep game, right? So let's just say, let's take everything at face value. That Cremo says, yo, hey, this human beings have been on the planet for millions of years, right? Here's evidence, right? And he's not even saying any color, race, or whatever.
Right.
Nobody's saying that's not even a conversation, right? Y'all follow me?
Right.
But the facts are that they created that. If they would have never created the whole, this skull is this skull is that, right? And because your skull is like this right here, you're inferior. That's where this comes from. They started measuring skulls and whatever. But
man, what's up, man? It's 12 o'clock Friday night. Sunday
skulls
morning
on this planet are our skulls.
Where your city at? Where your city
Hold
at, man?
on 1 second.
All right.
Oh, this is lit. What you want to do?
Wait, where your city at? I'm calling from I'm Minneapolis up here. Where you at? Where y'all at, man? Who's up there? Who's out?
Hey, y'all want to go to a dispensary tonight? I'm not buying nothing, but I could go in there. Well, that's a different story.
Where y'all at, man? Anybody still woke? Put your city up in there. I got Minneapolis on deck. Where you at, Chief? Who
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Las Vegas, Nevada in his house.
In this piece.
Who else out there? It's dead out there. We got Oakland, California in the building. We got Mo Vegas in the building.
Hey, come over to the car.
West Coast, yeah, we already know this the West Coast hour right here. We already know this West Coast rules, these nighttime, boy. We already know.
What you mean?
We ain't got no Virginia, no Pittsburgh, nothing out there, man.
11 o'clock at night.
Maryland and Georgia, world. Okay. Ex-Maker in the building. Jamaica in the building. What up? Bumble Club. What up? Man, we out here, y'all. Man, do y'all see the power that we have, dude? ST Smart. Let me see. Okay, who else we got? What we got? Man, do y'all see where we at, man? We got people all over in Jamaica, man. I know it ain't like super far, but man, we just all across this month. That's what's up. Man, yeah. Y'all know we got a meeting tomorrow too, man. I gotta go to bed early too. We got the meeting tomorrow, think tank meeting. Yeah. But I think Chief fell off though, man. But how'd y'all like the why yo building? Man, what is that?
Living in a time where you know I want
to. and Tilly's. What else we got? Man, we all over this mug, man. Look at us. Look at us, man. Like islands represent. Oh, okay, same. Okay. The Netherlands, like Europe, like over there, like Neanderthal land. We over there in the Netherlands, man. What's the times like over there? Don't y'all got an extra moon or some shit? I heard y'all get like a week of winter and a week of a day of summer or some shit.
Oh, what?
What up? I'm just messing around. What's up?
But on the real though, man, you know, like
3 a.m.
So like we not discrediting anything that nobody's doing, but what we will do is we will talk about it. Everything should be up for the scrutiny and up for debate. You know what I'm saying? Anything I say should be up for scrutiny and debate.
To be honest with you, now see, I don't see you and some people make some claims. Man, that shit should have been debunked a long ass time ago. Like you shouldn't even have a career. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, but what we have done is ended some niggas' career. Hey, these niggas is on milk cartons right now. Like, let's be clear.
You can't, right? If Chief Holiday's hitting you with scientific,
AK Candyman,
you can't.
Candyman.
Oh, we got Scotland. Yeah, if Chief Holiday hitting you with scientific, man. Hit it, man.
And everybody come see you. What, bro? I could go anyway with it. How about that? I go political with it. I can go your mama with it.
If you go political,
however you want to,
y'all want to go forever.
However y'all want this smoke,
right?
We can get to you.
And
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm well rounded. How about that?
Yeah, but the point is that if they did debunk you, that still doesn't validate their.
They never have. So Unc did a show about 2 years ago. I can't make this up. I can't make this up, y'all. He did a show because I was talking about, you know, Bering Strait and stuff like that, and us being here, you know, for thousands of years and things of that nature, right? So he tried to say, I wish I'm gonna find this video, y'all. We're gonna play it so I can tell it to y'all. I can't make this up, right? I did a response video after this one. Like y'all movie, the kid movie with the elephant, Queen Latifah the elephant, and Raymond Monologue. Y'all the motherfucking movie. Y'all,
yeah.
So that I put that picture of thumbnail and shit, right? And that was the picture. That was them. The Amara Squad was Ice Age characters, right? I can't make this up, right? I did it. I'll find that video. Well, look, I've been fucking with these fools for a long time, right? This ain't like nothing new. Like in the public, this on channels, they have not seen these things, right? So Unc did this video, right? I can't make this up, y'all. He admitted that it was black Indians here, but I can't make, but
it ain't you though.
It sound dumb me saying.
But see, because you gotta understand. Chief,
y'all don't understand because y'all gonna think I'm making this up. Please call in and tell him I'm not making this up about you, bro. He actually said that the glaciers killed the black Indians, y'all, and then. I'm not lying. I'm telling y'all the fucking truth. He said 10 to 20 Mongoloids walked across the Bering Strait. 18 to 20.
So how did they get here? So how did
they walk, nigga, on the ice, nigga? They was walking across the ice, niggas like, nigga, we here, we in Americas now, nigga.
But hold on. So if the dark skinned people died,
killed us, man.
Where did
Ice.
where did bungalow? Well,
They live. They walked across.
oh, so it was a gang
Bro,
of Mongoloids
said
and a
10
gang
to
of
20. No, yeah, bro. I'm not saying 10 to 20,000, 10 to 20 million, 10 people, 20 replaced, bro. He said this shit up, and it sounds dumb for me saying it. Y'all don't believe me, but remember, I'm the truth.
Oh, we got the Netherlands in the building, man. We need to get some of that Netherlands money, man. What y'all money call?
Let's get it.
Yeah.
What y'all need over there? We can import it.
Right.
How about that? Let's
Right.
get our import game up.
Right.
You talking all this shit, trying to get us all this Chinese products, nigga. What about these motherfucking Aboriginal American products? How about that?
No, we trying to get them out of here. We trying to get the Aboriginal products made here and get them
right
over
okay.
there.
Let's make it. Let's go. We got it. What they need, we'll supply it.
Gliders? Is that what y'all money called? Oh, that's dope.
He said gliders. Their money is the most.
The Netherlands
is valuable money on the planet.
Yeah. The Netherlands is one of the richest countries in the world.
It ain't one of the richest. It is the richest.
And it will make it so fucked up is they don't make shit. They make like newspapers. Like yeah.
They just
because they own America, man. They own all this shit.
The Orange family and shit.
Yup, that's the Netherlands. Them the motherfuckers who we need to go to. That's who we need to be. Like if you gonna if you gonna go to somebody and march or write a letter, motherfuckers.
Hey, wait a minute. Just cut all the bullshit, right? Just go straight to the House of Orange and be like, hey,
right, we want our shit
up?
back or some shit or whatever you gonna. Right.
Yeah. Unasked this. We know.
Right. How the hell y'all get that rich and y'all don't make shit? Like that's that's mathematical fucked up.
So they try to mesmerize everybody by talking about they got red light district.
They like fear porn.
Nah.
Oh, okay. What about like that shit in Japan? What's they call that faint porn?
What'd you say?
They said they like fear porn. So they on some deep web shit. Do y'all like faint porn? Like where the girls be fainting and shit?
Fainting?
Yeah.
What are y'all talking about? Fainting?
Yeah.
What they fainting for?
Them little Asians be over there fainting because they got them some Aboriginal. Got them some. They and then for some reason that's like a fetish and shit for people.
Oh, they're running to us?
Yeah. They run into us and shit. We the only one that can make them faint like that.
I can see that. I can see getting out the plane in Japan. Hey, Big Papi.
He said Big Papi. He got a Mexican accent in Japan and shit.
Hey, I'm walk out. Y'all see I'm walking right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave the Netherlands alone for right now.
Cowboy, you walk out like, hi, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave the Netherlands alone for right now. They got some weird shit over there. We ain't ready for no real shit. We gotta get ourselves together first, and then we can probably become weird ass motherfuckers in the next 60 years. But right now, we need to be building some
right now. So you already got weird covered, buddy.
No, I'm talking like real weird, like weird.
Even deep, dark blue, gray. None of this, you said it. Remember that.
Man, they knew about the they knew about the shit.
Yeah.
I heard Red Pill talking about it.
See, 2 more weird niggas.
So y'all knew about it.
Oh, all you smart weird niggas. Shout out to Red and Blue Pill, man. Shout out to KT, the Arch Degree. Shout out to Mama Peel, man. Great work.
Yeah, they was talking about that
years,
a
man. So
long time
shout out to
ago.
them, man.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
They probably were just talking about it though. They probably didn't even been
Phil
there and
Valentine,
shit.
man.
Just saying some shit.
Been breaking it down, yeah. This ain't nothing new. Shout out to the guy Bobby Hemmett.
Yeah, man, but
Peace.
you got to understand it's still communications though. The web is another form of communications. So it just ain't, you know.
I think
that shit. Because I'm not paying no goddamn money on my browser.
He need to spell his roses right now, y'all.
Huh?
I think we need to give him a day or something.
Who?
Yeah. Bobby Hemmett. I think we're gonna have to play Hemmett tomorrow, y'all. We got to find something, dig something up with the guy Bobby Hemmett, man. Peace to Bobby Hemmett.
He's still living?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I never seen that in his videos. I seen somebody playing one like a little bit, and he was going in on something, but it was old as hell. But yeah, man, we're gonna need to get some of that grinder. Man, even that money sound perverted, man. Now y'all can keep that shit in the Netherlands. We good on that. We good. Oh, gliders. Oh shit! Did I say gliders? I don't know where the fuck I get a Y from. Oh no. Oh no. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I'm just messing with you, but I know y'all rich as hell. The islands. St. Martin. Oh yeah, I don't know where that's at. Y'all want to go there? Want to go there? It sounds pitiful. Yeah. St. Martin. Island. We finna go there. Hold on, I'm finna take us there. Here we go. Hey y'all, we finna take a trip to St. Martin. See what's going on there. Y'all ready? Here we go. Most details. Let's get it in.
What you loading? St. Martin. Virgin Islands? What do you mean? St. Martin. St. Martin. Where is it, Pop? All right. Say what? It's dirty in the morning. Shit was green. No. Got a whole factory sitting right there in the middle of the water, like it ain't gonna be dirty. What y'all think? Ducks floating up, all fucked up, sludge all over them. Hey, I stopped swimming in the ocean a long time ago. Cause I've been thinking of like shit, like not only just it's just nasty, right? Let's just be clear, right? Right? But it's things in there that actually can eat you and kill you. Where you're swimming at, like you just be, like remember Jaws? I remember that when I was a kid. I'm like, I'm cool. I'm from a port, a coast, and and we saw that in the air. You heard? So yeah, no, nah, yeah, orca up in there, 20,000 leagues under the seas under there, Jaws in there. About the jellyfish. Oh, I got some of this. Really? Okay. Stingrays killed. Oh boy, I'm cool. I mean, you just naming more and more shit that can kill you. See how that works? I'm cool. Like that don't make sense. No. And lakes is even worse. Water moccasins, gators, niggas be zip lining in the water. Like, yo, you cool? Nah, I'm not cool. You can't even see the bottom. Nigga, the Loch Ness monster could be in there. Chilling. They ain't think about it. He chilling. And he gonna wake up when your ass zip line down that motherfucker. Zip on down this motherfucker. Like, yo. Yeah. I'm cool, bro. I'm good. And like, you want to go out here and be like, yeah, but I ain't get in the water. None of that. I'm cool. It's not appealing. Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. I'm just thinking, I maybe I just be, maybe overanalyzing things. But yo, if there's things in the ocean that can kill you, right? There's I said you got something about a sea creature. Yeah, y'all better watch out for the Loch Ness monster, man. Just follow me on TribeUp.app, man. If y'all haven't subscribed to TribeUp.app, if you haven't, please do. And if you have, please check out the affiliate program, man. Hit the link, get your affiliate thing, and then share it with your friends and family, man, to make some money. You know what I'm saying? And help support the app, man. By joining it, right? That's not asking a lot. By joining it, by sharing it with other people, and you get something out of that, I think that's dope. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, we're gonna be going live over there, man. We're gonna be having exclusive content over at Tribe Up. Shout out to everybody that's down with us, man. We building it. We building, and things that we that we're successful at building over here are going to help us build other things. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, we're here to help all, man. Check us out at thebiz101.com. That's thebiz101.com.
Makes the record come out,
What's that shot?
come to light, and 90% of the creative process. Because on my records, I can speak for my records, that's all my vibes.
Where? Yo, where is that at right there? So is that still the biggest mall in the world? It's the biggest. What's that, St. Paul? They out there with all the rich folks at, huh? My bad. Cremo, man. Yeah, that Michael Cremo, man, that shit. Sheesh. Okay. Somebody say, hey, no. No. That jawbone they found. Yo, I would say, yo, no. The science that you use. What'd you say? Oh, you hit about this. Right. Yeah, hit up that room. Destination that's in the chat room. Nigga, you already said them. Yo, nigga, you know. Back to Cremo though, right? And back to the information. Yo, if here's the thing, right? If somebody makes a claim, the people, the geologists, archaeologists, and whoever archaeologists that made the claims, whatever the claim, whatever they said, that claim is there. What you got to do is say, yo, no. Here's something. No, you didn't do it like this right here. This had this on here. Always dumb shit all the time, man. And I don't like dumb shit, y'all. I really don't. I hear dumb shit. It just makes me just like, yo, I get uncomfortable. I'm like, yo, y'all talking too dumb around me, please. Like we can't too many times. Like, yo, it's too crazy. Like we've been having, like, I think how long we was fighting about what the bendy ball long time ago, and the dude that I'm not saying nothing. Mic check. I'm little. Mike, where that's at right there? Yeah. Let's go to Las Vegas, Nevada. Niggas in the middle of the desert. What do you mean? It's dirt. Just dirt everywhere. It's dirt in the mouth. They got towns around. So dusty ass towns. People be dusty in the motherfucker, like they just dust us. Like it's a dust storm all the time. They just dusty. Like cars dusty. Like niggas don't even have car wash. They like fuck it. It's dusty all the time, nigga. Ah. You gotta zoom in, dude. The strip.
But I know a better way.
Yeah, Las Vegas Strip. No more strip on the planet. Not everybody live on. You don't. No, yeah. Shout out to my vegan. Shout out to Eminem Soul Food.
Everything will be okay.
Cafe and M. I got M and a M. Soul Food, yeah, Soul Food Cafe. Shout out to Grits Cafe. Bullet Head. No, dude. How you know that? Like, yeah, how you know that? See, that's that weirdo shit. Yeah, but yeah, man. Okay, go to T-Mobile Arena then. That's a better location. T-Mobile. The goddamn like a dome motherfucking arena, y'all. Like a globe. I seen the shit. I'm like, yo, is this real? Like, they about to they build the best. Yeah, T-Mobile Arena. That's what like the phone company. They got their name on Arena. Damn bastards. Uh-oh. That's lightweight. That's light right there. Yes, we do. We got the Raiders. We got the Las Vegas Raiders. We got bro. The Raiders will be here next year. Shout out to the Raiders. It's Raiders Nation. Bro, what is you talking about? And they building a new stadium for them somewhere near that one. But over across the street right there. See that street under it right there? There's two stadiums like real close to each other. But that's close. Oh yeah. That's like a minor league. But no, they building like a fucking old style arena. It's like a globe, bro. Yeah. Arena. I'm talking about a globe, like a globe. Yeah, man, going down. Huh? What? Yeah, they do concerts up in there. The NHL team, the Golden Knights playing there. They went to the Stanley Cup. Yeah. Desert heat, nigga, they in the heat. They got good air conditioning up there, man. Keep the ice good cold. Bro, they and this shit went to yeah, that's dope. Yo, bro, it's about to get crazy. So check it out, right? No, them is like satellite dishes. Huh? Yo, check it out. Can you hear me? Nigga? Okay. So check it out. So yeah, nigga, look at the front of it. Yo, so check it out. So Madison Square Garden's planned Las Vegas performance venue will offer visual or scene and will change the strip skyline with a spear-shaped building 30 feet tall. Construction on the MSG Sphere Las Vegas, which would be the Venetian, is scheduled to begin in the second half of 2018. 2020 opening is planned. The scalable 18,000 seat arena is being built specifically for music and entertainment purposes. It also sports competitions and possibly and we got Phillips Arena. You got a couple of what's that one? Cox Pavilion. So you got a couple things, but T-Mobile right now been kind of banging. So they're talking about getting this one's called Spear Arena, but they're talking about getting the Sacramento Kings, and it'll be the Las Vegas Kings. So that would be yeah, man. We need whoever. But 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 think about it. So you got NHL, NFL, and NBA, and shit, baseball soon. Let's get it. I'll. Facts. Move around the strip a little bit. Go around the corner and look around. Yeah, you about to see some shit. Hey, say. Hey, man. Get your life. Tropicana? Yeah, Tropicana. And he was at like the Silverton or something, chilling. Sam's Town or something. If everybody knows it, this nigga was at Boulder Station or something, chilling. And I was there on some lame. Man, look. No, I might be Hooters right there. I can't see. Hey, Ty, you be hanging out at Jerry's Nuggets. No, not at 17. Shout out to 17. If you come to Vegas and find yourself in the 7 Seas, you are in the wrong. Get out. If they say you in the 70s, you want to go to the 70s? Like, no. Unless you go in the daytime and get your catfish. You have to call Vacationville, but if you like Ratchet, I'll put you right there. Man, stop hating, man. You right. No, that's yeah, I think that's the hard. That's not. Shit. It's a Mirage? Okay. Host. You like that? Think around it though, on both sides of it. Ain't some nice shit up in there, y'all. Ain't gonna lie to you. Pretty dope. Gotta give it to him. Gotta give it to him, yo. Gotta give it to him. Blazed up in that bitch. And that was before the people out here, y'all. Huh? Man. Street right there to the right. Check out the wind in Encore. Might have come down a little bit. Down. Like I just told you, check out the wind. They're right there. Keep going. Let me show you some shit, man. Stop playing with stuff, man. He's doing sightseeing right now. Yes, sir. Who else makes cities though, bro? Monkeys make cities? What can y'all name a city a monkey made? A monkey man made? No, we found a lost city. Monkey city. Yeah, what's that? Desert Man right there? I think that's Desert Man Road right there. Yeah, you go, so go south, go down. Down. Coming down. You got shit to the right there. Yeah, keep coming down. This nigga crazy. Yeah, you about to keep going. You're gonna run into some stuff. Top Golf. Yeah, you gotta check out Top Golf. Ferris wheel, like where you going to, you're gonna kind of run into it and all right there. And it's, you didn't get to the industrial side yet. Other side to the left, and then downtown. You're on the strip. Yeah, you don't pass it up. Like yeah, go out so shit. Go on. This nigga tired, boy. He ate up. You go to the left a little bit, yeah. I want y'all to see the Ferris wheel. A Ferris wheel. It's a Ferris wheel in right there. Ferris. The links. Can you put the links in there? It's like right where go back. It's called the links. I go back towards the street. I can't see. It's super little on my screen. Can you see? Can you zoom out the Ferris wheel anywhere? I'll go back to the strip. Man, we get to Teotihuacan. Go to see some ruins. We can go to the American Stonehenge. I'll probably do that show. Like I said, man, we got some shit, man. Like it's a lot of shit. We talk about the cocaine mummies. Shout out to African Power, huh? Nope. No, we don't care. Okay, go ahead, man. Shit. You see that? Is that a pyramid right there? To the right. Keep going down. Yeah. Wow. What is that? That's the far go right there. That's as far as you can go down. Wow. Look at this. That's super crazy. Yeah. Mm. Does that look man-made though? Does that look man-made? Nah, I ain't cool with it. But nah, man, that thing was like too perfect. But I mean, the guy sitting up, like, is obviously sticking out like a sore thumb and everything. Disturbed land right there. Everything else looks undisturbed. Now, I can't imagine it's just one there, but it could be. I don't know. Yeah, they're gonna hide it. Well, me, I can live anywhere. But I definitely try to subdue the island. You know what I mean? What's that to the left right there at the bottom? Nope. Keep going. Yep. What's that? Zoom in to that. So What's that red dot? Right? What is that? A lake? Zoom back out. I know. Zoom back out for a second. Pan back out. Okay, yeah, I gotta know this. Now, am I tripping? Water? No, come on. Listen. What are you talking about? What's going on? What is this? What are we looking at? Are we looking at some raised land and some water and some islands inside that water? What are we talking about? What's going on? That's in the middle of that. Okay. Am I tripping? Hold on. I got a goddamn crater. What the fuck? Look at this. What the fuck is this? Oh, okay, zoom all the way back out, bro. This is crazy. Yeah, what the fuck are we looking at right now? What is this? Okay, keep zooming out. No. Am I tripping? Okay, keep going. Now, is this some landmass right here? And is that an ocean right there to the right? Around is that ocean? Is that the ocean? Okay. All that's ocean. What? That? Okay. Right there in the middle. Yo, look right there to the left. Bunch on there. There's a whole bunch on there. You tripping? There's a whole bunch on there. Zoom in a little bit. I miss a whole bunch of them. To the left right there. To the top. I keep going. Bro, I'm looking at this shit, man. What is this? Is this water? Oh. Did you see that though? Like it's been dug out. Man, like they took a big ass thumb up in there, man. That's crazy. What is that? What's going on, man? Like, is this optical illusions or something? Like, what are these? I'm not understanding, man. What are those blue things right there? Zoom into that. What the fuck is? Zoom in. Zoom in. Come on, I gotta see this. You see these mounds all up to the top right there? Keep zooming in. Wow.
Yeah, you already know what it's headed for. It's your boy Idris rocking with DJ Goldmouth.
Yeah, that's craziness, homie. Like for real. Yeah, that's all made shit, man. That's deep. showing that like that though. Like that's the big one right there that we showed earlier. But look at all. It's like I mean, then we can pound. Bro, hats. What? They say hats. Pound right there. You see that? Yo, you see them right there to the left? Nope. Go over right there. What the fuck? That's man-made, bro. That's not, no. Oh, okay. So it just popped up everywhere like this. Look at the one. So I get, they just got this thing going there. Stop it, man. That whole island is packed. You can they pull them up. You there, look. Asses. So it's an island in the middle of Chile? What do you mean? Can you zoom into Easter Island? I'm just saying, zoom in to where Easter Island is and point it to out to. Oh, the whole island? Where's Chile? Oh, what? So that whole island was Easter Island? Yeah, man, you tripping. Bro, where's you going? Huh. Zoom it. Zoom. Yo, zoom in to Chile. Maybe it's the mountains, probably. So where the city's at?
I think we're living in a time where, you know, everybody else want to either be somebody else or mimic somebody else or do what somebody else is doing, and the way they, you know, or try to sound like somebody else, that you can get, kind of get swept under the rug doing that. I think individuality is a big part of being successful in the music game now.
All right, Ty. So, what you want to talk about, man? You talking about some things. Yeah, I'm tired of trying to wonder how far it is.
It's running around the world. Y'all seen it here.
Shout out to Ty Data. Cyborg always up to some shit. But yo, hey, but one thing was interesting to me, man. That Easter Island, yo, all those damn mounds all over the damn island, man. The size of them and the things that they had on top of them, you know what I'm saying? It was crazy. So they'll never show island. We found things on the top of a mound. So they ain't. Our ancestors were doing, doing this so long ago. Mission could have been lost several times and regained. Or people who was holding it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. One thing I do know, we can't do some of the stuff that our ancestors used to do. I know there's some monoliths and megaliths all over this planet that you can't do now with machines. So how the hell was they doing it without machines?
How the hell did they get to that island?
It's just crazy.
Like, it was like far as hell. I'm like, this shit was like in the middle of nowhere. Like, how they even get there?
You gotta understand, the island wasn't always an island. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like water. Yeah, so the island, like you look at the Caribbean islands and shit like that, right? It's still attached. Still got land underneath the island, underneath the water.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So that island off the coast of Chile is still attached to Chile. It just got water in between it, on top of it. See how that word there? It's not no continental drift. I'm like, is this real? Did they? That's why y'all on the short bus. But I think we need to start swapping out niggas on the short bus. Yeah. Seriously. Like somebody say something dumb, we just gonna start putting y'all on the bus. Man. Like, yo,
you going on the bus? We gonna have to get a little scatty opening up bus. Somebody walking up and shit with a camera, like these motherfuckers in the internet. Man, I'm getting cold. But yeah, we got the crew in here, man. We was expecting our normal little crew, little 30, 40 people, man. What's up, everybody?
Peace. Shout out to everybody, man. Tune in. I don't know if you want to open up the panel, man. People talking about this thing.
Michael Cremo went in.
Yeah, I want to know what.
So people can start going out to him now. They can start going out to him.
But you see how he be talking though?
Yeah,
he just be like, yo, argue with that. He talk so back like, yo, and yes, and
but
years.
But the thing I like is that because when he went to Google, and you can tell, like, people didn't take fun to what he was saying too much. So it was like, because everybody been told everything, so all their questions was coming from the same exact place of, like, this guy. You know what I'm saying? This guy is trying to, you know what I'm saying, distort us religion or some shit. It was just like, they some assholes. But yeah, we got the link up in there, man. Y'all want to come up in there? We got the link. I think Laney 5813 went to sleep. Black Lion Media, I think they done. Place without a name, Place without a name said he'll be back. Who else? Let me see. Santina Bray's up in the building. So yeah, man, we go ahead and call it quits, man. I'm getting cold and shit, and we got a meeting in the morning. So we're gonna have some more Michael Cremo segments. So if y'all don't go, take more of his work and go watch his stuff, we're gonna have it more here. And I was even excited that people was gonna watch it. I was like, man, I don't think people gonna watch an hour of this motherfucker. But people was in there, man. They was like, shit.
Well, people want to hear some information, man.
Right. They want to hear some, enough of motherfuckers talking. Like, yeah, hear from him.
Yeah,
now.
Man.
Yeah, debunk him, man. Like shit. You don't gotta say my name and shit. You don't gotta say the Abels did it or Dan Calloway did it. He did it.
If you could do more than we did, then have at it.
Yeah, call him up, tweet him and shit. Y'all can have a tweet match, tweet war.
These guys being like, y'all, why would you be against something that clearly would put you all over the planet a long time ago? Like, you know what I mean? Way longer than the scientists that say.
It's political.
Like, they talking like 20,000. Like, so what you telling me is it took them 20,000 years for people to be in America? Oh, when they got bones and they got artifacts, they got things that go back into the millions of years, y'all.
Okay,
the hundreds of thousands.
Damn,
what are they talking about?
That's a lot of walking. Just imagine how long it took to get to the Eastern Island, fam. Like from Africa to Africa to all the way up there to Europe and across the so-called Beringer, and then all the way down and then to the Eastern Islands, and they started building on the Eastern Islands. Like they ran out of land. So they was like, fuck it, we gonna build here.
Bro.
And they was building for real, like for real, like something ain't right with that island. That island don't fit. It don't fit. It just don't fit in the world. Like what the fuck? Like why all that goddamn building? Like that was a lot of building. Like hardcore. It doesn't fit. It's weird. It makes you wonder. So I'll go to bed with that, man. Y'all never know what might comes out, man. I don't know if we dropping jewels or whatever you want to call it, but it definitely got to make you think about some shit. Like if the men came all the way down there West Coast, and you mean to tell me they waited till they got to the Eastern Island and started building some shit? Like those are some big ass mounds. And those blocks are huge.
We built from the top of America to the bottom of America. What are you talking about? Man,
but they say we ain't did that. They say like, no, ain't nobody do that. Like, no.
Honestly, who we listening to, man? I'm not listening to dummies.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll see the video, right? We'll show the video. We should show the right. The first Americans are Aborigines, right? I don't know what more to say. When we show this video, and the BBC and those doctors say after they do the reconstruction, they say that right there is a Negro face.
Yep. That right there is a Negro face. Right. What they gotta do is they gonna take it and use it politically. See, you gotta understand.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? They not gonna hit you scientifically. Cause
okay, that's no. Listen, that right there. More often, more people don't know that. No, you know what I mean? What would be the percentage you think of the people that know about Luzia and Naya? What do you think the percentage is? And especially now they done burnt down the museum in Brazil.
I never heard of it until I met y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't never.
Less than 1%.
Know about.
See what I'm saying? You how that work?
You talking about of us, or you talking about the people in the world? You talking about us? Just
yeah, people of the world.
In the world? Oh shit! Hell yeah, less than 1%. Like yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, of course, y'all. Less than 1%, y'all. So it ain't nothing, right? But yeah. But like again, they gonna hit you politically. They gonna say, well,
okay. Well, more people need to know, and then more and more people know the truth when they hear a dummy say something. Hey, yo, homie, the first Americans are Aborigines. If you know the Aborigines, you know he would not be, he wouldn't be anything other than.
Well, whatever the case, ain't no monkeys building all that shit. Ain't no monkeys building all that shit. So you can count that out.
Monkey ain't built shit. No monkey build. I'll wait.
Nigga,
I want to go to the monkey.
Nigga, I heard the monkey build the fishing pole.
Wait.
I heard monkey build the pole.
Monkeys running around in your house, you town. Show me some monkey town.
Monkey invented the baseball glove.
Orangia. A Chimpanopoulos, nigga. Like, come on, man. Show me the town, man. Where they town at? Like, come on. I'll see it.
The monkey invented
they got a tree
floss
town.
and shit.
Like, they didn't make hey.
Hell. That monkey had a spear, nigga.
They like have men, have monkey cities, nowhere.
That monkey had a spear.
What?
Yeah,
Man, stop it.
yeah. Monkey had a spirit.
Why a
Man.
monkey did it?
Yeah, why come nature and get him some shit that shoot out or something, man? Like everybody else. Everybody else got some cool ass shit. You got shit with 1,000 teeth. You got shit that glow and turn colors, man. Why the fuck?
No.
Yeah, why come nature and get a monkey some shit?
They don't never ask what the monkey.
Let this motherfucker take his leg off like a boomerang or some shit.
A kind of a monkey before it was a, because before you had a monkey person, monkey man, you got monkey, right? But before you had a monkey, what did you have? Now you had like
the monkey,
monkey,
piano.
a pre-monkey, a monkey. Like they have a homo. Or whatever, be like homo monkey, nigga. Like, what is it? Like, what is it I got? I need to know. This is too stupid for me. That we evolved from monkeys. We say that we may have a common. I think that's an interesting comeback.
Yeah.
I think you need to shut the fuck.
Those names,
like for real.
Those names.
I'm like, that makes me mad because I'm like, yo, bro, who y'all talking to around here? Stop talking to us like we're. Yo, the people that follow y'all, they're slow. They're even slower than y'all. Cause shit, like when somebody say shit like that, like, yo, bro, what are you saying right now? Common ancestor with this monkey. Why are we even having that conversation in a scholastic? It's like you know what I'm saying. Like think about it, yo. That your whole conversation is may have common ancestry with this monkey that you can't prove, right? Think about it. So, oh man, I'm the next nigga talking about some evolution around me. I'm gonna cut you the fuck out because you're saying your whole argument is that you're saying that no, we didn't evolve from monkeys. We're saying that we may have common ancestry with this primate that you can't find a clue about. Like, yo, bro, that's y'all argument. There's nothing else to say, man. I'm not, bro. Say that again. And think about this. Everything else that you talk about is attached. You say something about DNA, right? Think about this, yo. When we say DNA, you automatically say if somebody black, they're going to Africa. But you will stop in Spain that's 9 miles away for some white folks, bro. That's so to me. But if you don't understand that that's attached to the theory of the evolution and the theory of out of Africa, like, because that means that your ass is going back to Africa. Out of Africa theory has been debunked forever.
Yeah,
the
we
out of
ain't
Africa
down
theory
with
is cool.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
we
have it that we should be like it's the standard of conversation.
Right.
Oh, well, we all know that you're African descent. Bitch, say that again. Say it again. Say it again. Say that again.
Yeah, we ain't done with it. So they finna start working the overtime. I told y'all they finna start working overtime. I seen Usher. I seen the video. Usher was over there in South Africa, and he was talking about, we over here at home or some shit like that. I was like, man, these motherfuckers working overtime. I told y'all they gonna need something to rock the people back to sleep. Watch, they finna get.
You know who I like to talk to? Who? I like to talk to Akon. Akon will be the first one to tell y'all ain't Africans.
Nah, he ain't gonna say that shit. He ain't gonna have no job in the morning.
I bet money. Bro, I seen him do an interview, man. He was talking crazy. But he was just bigging up his shit. Man. Like, Africa better than America. That's how he felt. I can't knock him. I ain't gonna be mad at that.
I'm pretty sure in some cases it is. And I'm pretty sure in some cases it's not.
Hey, man, America's number one, buddy. And I bet somebody listening to this is like, he's a coon. That's so coonish. When your ass going back to wherever you from?
Mm-hmm.
Got that work? Like, they have alienated you. I gotta get y'all. I gotta get you. I gotta get white people on this one, right? And when the Olympics come, right, we root for America. Check. Right. The majority of the time, America are Aborigines. Check. Can we be clear on this? I'm not gonna play with y'all. Okay, we represent America. We are the best athletes on the planet. Period. Okay, so, but when it comes to, like, say for instance, Great Britain or Germany or France, sometimes, you know, people have dual loyalties because you're Irish, you're British, you're Spanish, you're French, right? I mean, is that not right? So wouldn't you be like, yo, okay, well, you got Spain or France boxing against Cassius Clay or somebody, right?
Right.
You think Cash is from Africa. So the motherfucker that's closer to you would be the motherfucker from France. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? That's, if we fight against Nigeria or whatever, nigga, that's us against Nigeria. America, we represent America, remember? We don't have dual loyalties when it comes to that. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe y'all do. I've never have. I've never in my black.
You just made that up. Dual loyalty.
No, bro. No. Hey, double-minded, nigga. Dual loyalty, nigga. They don't know how. Why wouldn't it? They got Italian eggs and Spanish shit, French shit. Why not? You are what did you talk about? Oh, let's talk about it. I mean, when Joe against the guy from Germany, majority of the people, a lot of the immigrants, especially at that time, whatever, were German. So obviously they would have been rooting for the German guy over Joe Louis, who's an Aborigine, an actual Indian. Bro, like, yeah, it's too crazy.
Put the link in there, man. I'm finna clock out, man.
Yeah, man, we can go and shut it down, man. I can go ahead and
Oh, okay.
Try to get up for the meeting. I'm gonna be up a little while longer. You already put the link out there. We give some time for people to come in. If they want to come in, man, we're gonna go and shut it down for the night. Yeah, man. This is A1 came through and did his thing. You know, man, as you gonna come through and do this. Man, shout out to everybody, man, that's doing this work, man. We definitely appreciate you. Shout out to everybody, man. If I miss your name, man, early, man, you're like, I can go all night with naming names, man. So shout
out to Place Without No Name, man. Stand up with us, Ravenhawk.
Yeah.
You know what's up?
Salute, Raven.
And all the unknown people out there, man. Thanks, thanks for supporting, man. We getting a lot of support. We got a lot of work to do too. So, you know what I'm saying? Keep supporting us, man. Y'all know we trying to build, man. Don't get fooled by the conscious community, headline featuring such and shit. We trying to build, and we've gonna snag us, some professional people, man, and we finna show the rest of the planet. Get on the international scene. So, but yeah, man, we gonna go ahead and get out of here. So, tank meeting tomorrow, 12 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock, whatever, 9 o'clock, whatever. So, peace. We out.
Man, way up. His money got muscles, his pay cut. Y'all niggas too loud with the money. I'm quiet in the bins, I ain't gotta say much. All the young niggas do is talk bitch shit. Why you when you feeling bro, this ain't a chick flick. Your girl bored like a ripstick, dipshit. All the jewelry on like I'm Slick Rick. Yeah, yeah. I just wanna get to the money. Fact. Ain't nothing they take shit from me. Fact. Half these niggas look bummy. Fact. Car side talk 200. Fact. Nigga, yo bitch got a lot of mileage. Fact. Half these niggas ain't solid. Fact. I said half these niggas ain't solid. Fact. All I wanna do is see profit. Fact. Facts. I talk fast. I talk fast, nigga. I talk fast, you talk fast, I talk fast. All a young niggas do is talk fly shit. If I was a car, I'd be a hybrid. Plain day and your girl in my cockpit. Told her I'm straight, no low, no sidekick. Yeah, yeah. I just wanna get to the money. Fact. Ain't nothing they take shit from me. Fact. Half these niggas look bummy. Fact. Car side.